All right, good morning, team. I know I'm sharing my screen, but first I wanted to kick it over to Jeremy Newsom to launch our free week here.
What a party.
Uh-oh.
What a film.
People making games already.
Is that you going?
Yeah.
Hold on, is that me?
That was me. I'm selling some stuff.
Oh, all right.
There's a lot of things that are high right now.
Oh,
There's a lot of things that are high. But team, friends and family, fans from around the world, it is an absolute honor and privilege to kick off the 6th annual free week. I guess 12th biannual, depends on how you look at it. But it is 2021. We're in January. And we do 2 free weeks every single year. And I actually do have the opportunity to be back in Nashville, Tennessee. Your boy Robert Falco is in Boise, Idaho. And soon Greg Gilbert will be in Nashville with me. So we'll be trading together. But our goal for this entire week is to help you learn something new about trading. And our mission is to enrich lives. So we hope that we can answer all of your questions. We can help you get some sustainability in the market. We can help you create plans, structures, goals, rules, and really well-defined dreams for what you can accomplish, what your family can accomplish, and why they can accomplish it. So very, very thrilled to be working with my best friend, my birthday brother, my longtime trading partner, Robert Falco. He'll be leading the microphone today. I'll be helping answer your questions, and I will be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Robert's place. So I'm here, team. Let's go get it.
All right, awesome. So thank you, Jeremy. And for everyone who's new here for the free week, let me just give you a little quick tour of the website. So make sure when you log on to Real Life Trading, you're going to go into my account. Obviously, it's going to look a little bit different because this is my dashboard here. But you should have access to, I think, all the rooms, right? When you sign up for the free week. Hear me?
Yep. They get
everything. So you'll have access to all the rooms, any of the online courses that you purchased or that were free. And then obviously trading journals. I think they're, so sample trading journals and sample trading plans. And then obviously we have the RLT affiliate link down there as well. So a lot of cool stuff. If you're asking where do I find something, just go ahead and check out the dashboard and it will probably be there. Is that Big Ron out there? Not Yoda? All right. How you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. So here we are. It's Monday, January 25th, and the market is just going bananas. Well, I guess some things are going bananas. Overall, looks like the SPY is up just a little tiny bit, except Slack. I don't think that we have access to Slack for everyone during the free week, but that definitely comes when you join. And if you also, the other thing for the chat, if you could turn your chat pane to all panelists and attendees, that would be great. So that way, if we do have some other RLT members that can answer questions, I'm sure they will be more than happy to do that. Otherwise, only myself and Jeremy can see if it's on all panelists. So just overall on the market, we are up just a little bit here pre-market on SPY. Qs has a nice gap up, really getting carried by the mega caps. IWM, a little bit of a gap down. So far, what I have on my list as far as gaps, CRM was left over, but it is actually a pretty nice gap today. AMD's a little bit of a gap up. Tesla, I would really like to see this thing gap above 860, but that is a beast of a resistance. And then just for the memes, GameStop and AMC, I'm not sure if we'll be actually trading these today, but some of the most epic short squeezing I have ever seen in trading going on in GameStop right now, and AMC might be next. I mean, GameStop literally bailed out every single bag holder from like 20 years ago on Friday. And as I think Jonathan Wage said over in Slack, it's creating a whole new generation of bag holders, probably over the next few days. But you can make money pretty much trading anything.
Yep, I'll definitely say this, man. That's the short squeezes that are going on out there. If people are like, "Oh man, I love trading. It's the easiest thing ever." It's easy until it's not. This is a really, really interesting market, team, and I can say one thing for sure. It is generally not this easy, and these run-ups are extremely odd. But like Robert said, with good risk mitigation, we do have the ability to literally trade anything. So if you have good pattern recognition, and you have good risk mitigation, and you follow your plan, we can be in everything. But we're not going to be trading everything today in the trading room or this week. We're going to keep it thin. We're going to keep it easy because our goal is to pour into you as individuals and answer your questions.
Right on. Very well said. So go ahead, and I already got some requests for some gaps over there. I will get to them as quickly as possible, and we will build a watch list for the day. So let's see. Space, aka Spice, Virgin Galactic. This is a nice gap up. Our trading room is actually in a swing trade on Space right now. So I know some folks are enjoying making money on this one. It is up 1, 2, 3. This is going to be the fourth bullish day in a row. So I'm probably not going to be too quick to trade this one. Although this one, I think, still has an okay short flow. Let's go over here and take a look. 21%. So it might be able to short squeeze, but I would have to definitely wait for a retest on that one. Amazon. So Amazon finally moving out of this big, huge pennant pattern. I mean, who isn't bullish on Amazon long term? You pretty much have to be, right? I don't think I'm the only one that has Amazon packages literally arriving like every single day to my house. I'm sure there's some others out there, but gapping just over this bearish candle. If we were clearing like this area, it might be a little bit better. But Amazon can definitely go on the list. This one, if you want to trade it, I think that it's definitely tradable today. I might not set up an official trade just because I don't know how many people are out there that might not have account sizes able to trade Amazon. But you can't always trade just one share. If it moves $50 in a day, then that's $50.
Yeah, it
Also,
was crazy, Robert. I actually know 4 or 5 people that do that. They trade just Amazon on like a day trade time frame, and they don't have a huge account. It's like 15,000, 20,000. So they're buying 2 or 3 shares at a good level, and they just hold it for a few days because Amazon's not going to go to zero.
yeah.
So they hold it, they kind of play it out, they sell it when they're up $20, they make $100, and then they kind of redo that later. So that's a really cool strategy.
Yep. And then just a reminder, if I do throw in an official trade, I'll obviously draw. I'll just show you an example here. Let's say I were going to set up a trade on Amazon. It's going to look like this on the screen. So if it's a breakout and I was doing a stop limit, and then the stop is going to go down here, and then I'll say, okay, official trade on Amazon. The entry is 336 .63. Wow, look, I just randomly clicked that. Look at those numbers. And then the stops at 315.91. And then I'll do something like this in the chat and then like paste the chart. So again, this is not official. This is just a test only. So you'll see something like that in the chat. And then if you do have Slack, then we also throw it over in Slack. So that's how you'll know that we're putting an official trade on. Just want to make sure that I threw that out there. Okay, so let me scroll back up. Fubo.
No, this was one, Robert, that during the retreat actually triggered bullish for a lot of people on Momo.
Fubo did down here, probably, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Plus that one white soldier on Thursday was epic.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and this one I think has a pretty decent short float, and I could see an influx of people that want to watch the Super Bowl. Maybe they don't have other TV, so they just buy Fubo for like a week, a free trial or something like that.
Like that.
Wow. Our boy Tom Brady going back again.
Unbelievable.
What a goat.
The GOAT is here. Incredible. Also, I heard that CNN or CNBC or somebody was like discontinuing one of their streams or something. So I think that could help.
Yeah, Fubo 62% short float according to Trade Ideas. That seems pretty high for such a relatively new company, but uh yeah, Finviz says 65% too, so it's definitely up there. This could get a short squeeze for sure. On Fubo, CCIV, I definitely do not think I'm gonna trade. Yeah, just too new. Really not my this Chamath SPAC, I think. That one's
Yep.
not
Yep.
gonna be
Agreed.
on my list. Rockets. Let's take a look here. Rocket is doing the opposite of rocketing. So it's going absolutely sideways. And it's an okay gap, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be the fifth bullish day in a row. Real small gap. I think there's a lot of people thinking that, why wouldn't this be going higher right now? They have the perfect type of environment. So I think I'm going to go ahead and skip Rocket. If Rocket's not rocketing in this market, I don't know when it's going to, if ever. JD.com. If you join RLT, you will say JD like that. It's only a matter of time.
Order pump.
He's over there filling orders left and right. So JD, this is a nice retest gap. I think this is into an all-time high. Yeah, into an all-time high. It is a nice gap. How's Baba doing? Which one looks better?
Your gap on First Solar looks really nice too when you get time.
All right. Yeah, JD or Baba look similar. I would honestly rather trade Baba because it's not at an all-time high. That's just me personally. I think where's that 100? You do have, yeah, we do have some room to the 100. And then First Solar, oh yeah, baby, look at this thing. What a gap on First Solar.
That's nice.
Oof. Look at the clearing 1, 2, 3, 4, clearing 5 weeks of upper wicks there.
Money.
Yeah, First Solar is a little wild to trade on the open. Like it has pretty wide spreads, etc. So if I trade it, I'm going to use a pretty wide stop because it can move really, really quick out the gate, and then it calms down a little bit. But you can see some really large candles. This one trades on the open. So yeah, this looks like just such a great gap. We'll hopefully the short call doesn't go in the money. I'm in this one a little bit longer term as well. Looks like a nice gap. Thank you, Jeremy. Apple is a big gap into all-time highs. It's already ran up. Let's see, from this was a great gap back over here. So 8% as of today, up 11% in 4 days. So I will not be trading Apple. Bullish. I'm definitely not going to short it. But I think it's a little bit of a chase at this point, trying to chase this thing into earnings. If you're already in it, fantastic. Probably a great time to sell covered calls if you don't mind getting called away, somewhere up in like anywhere from 150 to maybe there's money at 175. We can look once the market opens a little bit. I'm definitely not going to short Apple. It's generally in my plan that I don't short it unless there's just some like the best gap I've ever seen in my life or something like that. So I don't think I'm going to trade Apple bullish, but I'm definitely not going to come in and short it. Donna's asking for you, so Unity. Nice little retest gap. Just looking at the volume here, how smooth it is. Yeah, a lot of intraday gaps. So I'm going to pass on this one for the day trade list. But this does look like a nice gap. Here's a nice little hammer candle down here. And play it like a retest if you are going to play it. So especially with so many 150 people in the room, I want to make sure there's really good volume on whatever it is that we trade. FireEye, not quite clearing as many pivots as I would like it to. It was gapping to like 24, 27. I think I would like it a little bit more. I'll put it on the list, but it's going to be down there. Good morning, Michael. Lemonade.
I like this pattern a lot for like a swing trade. Maybe you pull back to like 153, but yeah, I may or may not have snagged some lemonade off your blue line there. Just
Oh,
have
nice.
small position, but good pullback, interesting trends. I like the gap up. This is one that I do expect it to pull back some. Good gap though. Great trend. Good pattern. I love the pattern.
Yeah, really nice S curve. Not a lot of natural sellers. You know, by that, like this is obviously up here was an all-time high, but the only people that are losing money on this are, you know, people that bought up here. It's not like not like an AMC where it's like you have decades of bag holders or something on it. So that's what I mean by no natural sellers on lemonade. But I agree with Jeremy. I think looks better for a swing trade. CC8 IV. Yeah, we've already looked at that one. I'm not going to trade that one. TSM. So Taiwan Semiconductor gaps like literally every day. So I don't know how powerful the gap is going to be, but this is in a really, really powerful trend. You can see this thing is practically going what's called straight up. So I'm not sure how great the gap is going to be. However, it is in a nice trend. So if you're playing it bullish, I don't think you're playing it the wrong direction. I just don't think the gap is going to be all that great. If something's clearing like a weekly pivot too, I'm going to be a little more likely to trade it. Laser, yeah, this is another SPAC, I think, or it was a SPAC, and gapping into some resistance. These are just not my forte. I don't trade these hardly ever, especially officially on the mic. 160 people in here. The likelihood I'm going to trade this is pretty much zero. But if you want to trade it bullish, wait for a pullback, some consolidation below the moving averages, and then look at it. For solar, yep, I got that one. Pelothian, aka Peloton. It's a nice gap as well. It is a multi-day retest gap.
Oh, look at that hammer on the daily, Falco.
Oh, down here, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Really nice.
I wonder how we could have played that.
I would guess just probably like this. Am I correct?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, just a clean $10 stop if you wanted. You know, move this down to 143.
Straight out of beginner class 101.
Yep.
By the way, have you looked at BlackBerry? It's up like 400% or something. No big deal.
BlackBerry.
This is when you know you have a problem.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Well, what the hell? We'll put that on the list too. Why not?
Are you going to try to short this one? I know you're a big.
Normally I would try to short something like this, but probably not this week. Not the way this market is going. So, if you're trying to short these, I know Jeremy calls them double black diamonds. This is like a quadruple black diamond. Like if you even step wrong, like you're falling way off the cliff and you're just going to get absolutely destroyed because these things can squeeze like crazy right now. So, I'm not going to short that one. Zoom. Let's see. Zoom hasn't been doing anything terrifically great lately. Yeah, the gap's really not that good on the weekly. It's an okay gap on the daily. The problem is you have this 50 right here, right in front of its face. I do not like this bearish candle that's engulfing this little tiny bull candle right there. So I don't particularly think Zoom does anything wonderful. But it's a cute little gap. I just think there's better gaps that are in better trends. The trend is not all that great on Zoom. Oops, PRTY. Party City. I didn't even know this was still around. This has got to have a big short float. Because who's throwing parties during COVID? Only 8%? Well, that must be why it's not blasting off to the moon. This is actually a cute little gap. I don't know that I can trade this officially for the team because of the volume. You can see there's lots of intraday gaps, which I don't really like. And I don't want us to get picked off by the market maker. But party's a cute little gap. If you're trading it by yourself, if you get a nice consolidation and then take a breakout, it could end up running for sure. Baidu. Baidu's a nice little gap too. I wish it was clearing that weekly pivot. This is in a strong trend. This one's a possibility. I think that's a Jeremy Newsom. Whatchamacallit? What's the word I'm looking for? This one is one that,
Nemesis.
yeah, nemesis that he does not like.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
like.
If you guys can just send me money in the mail if you want. It's easier. It's easier that way. If I try to play Baidu, I'll just lose.
Baba going back to the gulag. I don't know. I think this is a decent little retest gap on Baba. CLNE. Is this clone? What is this? Clean energy. Oh, everyone loves clean energy. Who wants dirty energy? Clearing
Nobody.
multiple weeks. This one's all right. The volume's going to be a little interesting on that one. XOM oil, dirty oil. Speaking of dirty energy, yeah, nothing on this one. Super boring. I mean, if you're gonna buy it, try to buy a pullback off this blue line right here. But it was easy down in this area. I don't think it's gonna be easy money from a trading standpoint. AMX, America Mobile. No, terrible volume on that one. Sorry. Selling a cover call on Apple could be a good idea. Yeah, we looked at Lemonade, DocuSign. I'm in DocuSign. It's an okay gap. If it was gapping at 263, for sure, 100%. I would be looking to trade that one. I'm already in long. Walgreens Boots. Not really doing anything. Not a great gap. Already looked at how do you do the gap percentage. I'm not sure what you mean on that one, Dom. It'll show over here, like, let's say black. So on TradingView, like, it tells you pre-market, it's gapping up 40% right in this area. Already looked at BB. It's on the list. I'm not going to trade CCIV. Boeing. So speaking of gap down for a potential, this is actually a good bearish gap, but who trades anything bearish anymore?
No. Why? What's the point?
um, I would try to buy this off this blue line down here. I think this is a nice little pivot area.
Yeah.
I guess we can throw it on the list. It's Boeing. It can be tradable. It looks like it would be a good short, but
On that list so far, what's your favorite?
on this list right now, I would say CRM. First Solar. First Solar probably because it's clearing all these weeklies. I don't. CRM is clearing the weekly candle too, in addition to the daily. So probably these two. Tesla, like if it was just gapping a little bit more. If this thing gaps above and holds above this 860 area, it's probably gonna go. Let's see. Yeah, these are just all they're okay gaps. Like FireEye, it is clearing a weekly. I just wish it was actually clearing this one, at least, if not that one too. BlackBerry and like GameStop, these are more like meme plays. Most likely not going to trade those. So yeah, if I was trading by myself, I'd probably just be watching CRM and First Solar. I'll look at a couple more gaps. I'm probably not going to be able to get to all of them. There's so many people in the chat pane. Win, nothing great on the gap right there. I'll have to turn it up a little bit. The speed, GRBK. If I don't put your stock on the list, it's not because it's bad or anything like that. It's just not good enough to make my favorite. Doesn't mean it's not a good gap or anything like that. Bearish retest gap. I don't think I'm gonna play that. Games already on the list. Already looked at Zoom. Bingo, BINGO. Bingo was his name-o.
Yeah, the best song ever. That's my sister's pick, dude. That's when you know something's up. When my sister's throwing out three baggers, buying this,
something is off in the market.
buying it at $4, and she's just rampaging this. Also, just a small reminder for anyone who is here, change your chat pane in Zoom from panelists to all panelists and attendees. We have asked 900 times for them to make that update, but they just refuse. So maybe one day.
Neo is a nice gap up. I know Lehman, you were looking at selling. We were talking last night in the mentor group, but she was looking at selling calls. Today is probably a good day on Neo because it's gapping up near an all-time high. 3 bullish days in a row. See if it gets a little push and then look to trade it bullish. I'm running through the chat pane really quick. BlackBerry, yes, they're still in business. Who didn't love Brick Breaker? That was just phenomenal back in the day. A lot of fun to play.
What a game. Worth at least 18 million.
BT, just trade Bitcoin. No point in playing that stock. Curiosity Stream. I think Jeremy was surprised. This is actually a relatively decent service if you're into history. Like a history.
Relatively decent.
It's $12 a year. It's literally $1 a month.
Dude, buy it, watch one show, and it's worth it.
Yep. The volume's not great intraday on this one, but I would say definitely bullish over bearish. BBBY, one of the greatest retail stores ever in the history of retail, right?
Just rock. Their marketing game is on point.
Who doesn't buy something with a 20% off coupon? Short squeezing the crap out of shorts. Probably play it long. I'm not going to play it. Nvidia continuation. All right, we're going to give it like one more minute. It is a cute little gap. It'd be better if it was clearing this weekly pivot like some of the others, which it's not. But on Nvidia, be more bullish than bearish for sure. What's my take on AMD? Yeah, AMD's tradable every day, so we'll definitely watch that one.
Yeah, and I do have some shares of AMD, Falco, and I got some put sales. I'm selling a $100 call on AMD expiring this Friday for $1.80. Now, this is over earnings, but I don't mind selling it at 100 because that's been my target forever. So we will see.
Very nice. All right, I'm not going to be able to get to the rest of the gaps. I apologize. Here's this PLTR. We're all in this on a swing trade from Friday, and who doesn't like to see this lightsaber of a candle right here with all this volume? It's gapping up into an all-time high. Today's probably a pretty good day to take profits, or if it can push up to like 35, look for a washout through the top of 35. Would be a nice profit-taking area. So let me just real quick go through SPY's bouncing, the Qs, IWM, CRM still looks good. First Solar retesting. AMD, I would still try to grab this on a retest, probably somewhere down in this area. Potentially Tesla. I don't know if it's going to go over that. And the rest of these are maybes. So as of right now, I like CRM and First Solar. We'll see where it opens. And then again, AMD is always tradable.
Yep. And again, guys, just remember, we can trade anything with proper risk mitigation. There's zero chance ever that we trade every stock on the watch list. A lot of this is just for us to help you, to help navigate it. We realize that this week will be a little bit more busy and crowded than most weeks, right? The next week, 75% of you won't be here, unfortunately. I would love that to be different, but that's just the way it is. So if you are interested in doing this type of trading full time, let us help you by being a part of the team and being a part of this wonderful, wonderful community. So I'm excited to see how cool, calm, and collected you are, Falco.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to wait at least 3 minutes, 3 whole minutes.
Oh, okay. He's waiting 3 minutes.
Enter a trade.
He's waiting 3 minutes.
Pretty wild, huh?
Love it, dude.
And here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are off. All right, I'm in and I'm out. Webinar over.
Bye, webinar. See ya.
All right, so let's see here. SPY getting a little push out the gate. That's nice. Q's, IWM. CRM's holding up nicely. Let me make sure that I have. I think the 100 is relatively far away, but I'll throw a little line up there so that I have it on the screen. First solar opening at a decent level. Again, I'm going to wait a couple minutes, just let some volatility shake out. Don't need to be in anything in the first 30 seconds. I heard that the market's open all day. That's just a rumor.
No, today's Monday. It closes at 4 p.m. Eastern today.
Okay. So I only have a few hours to potentially get in a trade here. So Fire Eye, Blackberry looking like a nice little hammer forming. All right. So CRM, First Solar. I'd really like to see. So there is some volume on this. I think there's going to be a big spike on First Solar relatively quick. Look at the Qs. Oh my.
What
I
a
mean,
market.
Apple is up 3% right away. Just insane. You know how much money that is? It's a lot. I think it's like 60 billion or a little more. Upwork's running. Yeah, a lot of us are in Upwork. I think that's one of Jeremy's favorites.
Yep. I definitely
Tesla getting really wild. A little dumpage coming in on the Tesla machine. Sorry, it was just an order going off on something. First Solar, CRM. All right, let's take a look here. GameStop, so weird to see this at $99. Not used to that at all. AMC is.
it was $4 like weeks ago.
Yeah,
Weeks ago.
like a week ago. One of the craziest short squeezes I've ever seen.
Yeah, the good news is we actually do have some traders who are in it. I'm not. I made $0 off of GameStop, but Leah did very well.
Yeah,
We had
Leah
one.
was crushing it on Friday.
Yeah, we have one trader named Zach. Zach is Wendy's husband, and he bought some shares at 26. Is like I don't know, maybe. So he's doing well. So good job for anyone who made money on it.
So First Solar, I mean, you can see it moving just all over the place. The spread is very, very wide right now, and you can see it just flashing all over. So I need to wait just another minute or two, let some volatility shake out. CRM, I would like to retest into this area, like this 227.50 zone, and see what it does there. AMD, let's see, are those calls filling for you? Let's see, this Friday is the 29th. Yeah, $100 calls. I mean, you can literally get $2.50 right now
Beautiful
for this Friday. How high do I think GameStop goes? I think that this is probably the high pre-market. But yep. I'm not coming in shorting it, but I think that's probably the high. And you can see it breaking down a little bit there. Some of those are back. Space is getting a little squeeze. Amazon, that's a pretty neat, decent candle on Amazon. Baba, Apple, FireEye, Baidu. Interesting candle on Baidu. Let's see. That spreads a little wide. Okay, so Boeing. Need to move Boeing up a little bit. If it trades down into this down into this 200 area. Let's see, where's the 50? We're below the 50. So we'll see on Boeing. I don't particularly want to catch a falling knife, but if we get some type of reversal pattern down there, it might be doable. All right. The spread tightened up, still about 50 cents. Go over and double check over here. Yeah, it's tightening up a little bit on First Solar. I'm just checking over on Thinkorswim. Actually, Thinkorswim's not even giving me prints on it. That's nice. The CRM didn't quite retest as far as I wanted. So still just waiting. Yeah, Workday, I'm down. If Workday goes higher, I have positions on it. I think quite a few people do. Just buy it off the 100, right? So here is Tesla.
Yeah, man.
860.
Incredible trade on Upwork. Just the most beautiful buy off the 100 I've ever seen.
On Upwork? Or
Oh,
Work?
sorry. Workday.
I'm like, Upwork hasn't seen the 100 in forever. Yeah, just a few times. It's bound every single time I've sold more puts on it, and I get to buy them back literally within like 3 days.
Good for you. Nice.
So I still have one of these calls left, and it's pretty much free at this point with all the trading around it that I've
Are you
done.
selling any calls against it right now? Or you're good?
No, it's just one, and I'm gonna try and just ride it and then sell it. I bought back the put sale, I think Thursday, that I had sold again on it. First Solar. Yeah, we're still getting a lot of flashes on this one. I think Thinkorswim is finally printing candles. AMD is just moving. Take a look. 5 minute. What does that look like? Almost. Might just throw in a limit buy on this one. Down below the bottom of that. Base Fubu and AMC. Did AMC actually move? A little bit. A little bit. Nothing crazy. SPCE definitely got the push out the gate. Baba looks like it's retesting. Apple into all-time highs. Baidu, I don't really want to take a high day break on this one. I don't really want to take a high day break on anything, to be honest. First Solar, let's take a little look here. It is a retest gap. We do have about 9 minutes worth of buying. It's a low, this candle, 108.03. So if we did a 107.90, 107.90 by like 105.90. See if we can catch it on a retest. I definitely do not want to buy a breakout up here. So if we can get a little flash down, $2, it's about 30 cents. I probably want to be below. Check a 15-minute. Yeah, let's be below this pivot. So 105.40. 55. Okay. So let's try one of these. I don't know if this is going to trigger, but we will see. So FSLR 107.90. That's going to be a limit buy because we're buying below the current price. So that's going to be the official day trade. Throw this over in Slack so you can see. I throw this over in Slack and I give it to you, and then I come over to my broker and input that.
Boom. Love it. By the way, Falco, I'm gonna go pop over to the beginner's room, but
right.
I'll let you and Tony just rock it out from here. And if you guys need anything, let me know, man.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Love you, homie.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day if I don't talk to you before then. Let's see. 107.90. So basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to be the trap. So There's lots of buying in here. I'm looking for some profit taking, it to come down to break the low of the day. So just buy at this support down here, which is a lot of these, right in front of these pivot points from last week. Because this is a weekly retest gap, right? So we want to try and wait for a little bit of a retest. We're not going to buy this breakout. Doesn't mean that, a 1, 10, 50 breakout can't work, but just the probability that it works is a little bit lower. And if I don't get triggered in, that's cool too. Teledoc, yeah, continuing higher. This market is just wild. Let me make sure I got First Solar over on this other screen. So that order's in there waiting. Tesla's over 860. Okay, let's see if it holds. Game is halted. Very nice. Yeah, probably just wrecking some noobs at the moment. So SPY. That 310 covered call you sold on Teledoc. Oh well. It's still, you have all the way till February, so the bottom could fall out long before that. I think you'll probably end up being okay. And if not, you're selling at a great price. Yeah, I'm not gonna be sad for you making like $100 a share. I will not shed a tear. Look at that little hammer on Baba. Really struggling with the VWAP though. This gold line for me is the volume weighted average price. Usually acts like a pretty good magnet / support resistance. Fire Eye struggling with it as well. Same with BlackBerry, Baidu. Move Boeing up a little bit. So what I think for solar might do, see how we got this little wick through this pre-market resistance? So guess who's buying right there? Probably the newbies. So I'm gonna see if they get trapped. Josh 2 years ago, yeah. See if they get trapped and we get a little flash down. If not, no big deal. But I am definitely not buying that breakout. So CRM is going to retest a little bit more. You can see it threw in a nice
it's a trap.
A nice trap for whoever went long up here. Fastly, let's take a look real quick. If you already took the breakout, I would not take a breakout over 111. This was an okay gap as well. Although, yeah, if you were playing the 1 minute, you might have been able to get in this, depending on what your order was. Otherwise, I would grab a retest. So if you want to buy it off like 107 or 106.75, something like that, I think that's definitely doable. So Tesla is holding over that 860 level so far. GameStop, AMC, Space, nice move on Amazon. Morning, David. Good to see you. Apple, FireEye, BlackBerry, Baidu, Clone. Decent little move on Clone. Okay, so let's see. We're probably going to be too late to catch this pullback, but this hasn't even thrown in a bearish candle yet. Uh, 864.05. Let's just see what this would look like. Limit 8. 849. We'll do 850.05. Let's see. What would this look like? Nikola, yeah, I told you, blazing Nikola, the trashiest of all trash stocks. It's $14. We could do this and see which one fills first. So official day trade, Tesla, 864.05 by 850.05. Mistyped that, 850.05. PLTR hit our swing trade target. So there's the Tesla machine. So $14. Let's see how much that's going to be for me. A whopping 35 shares. Trigger with bracket. $14 stop. 864.05. Maybe this thing's not even going to retest, huh? Over here. Buy custom with OCO bracket. 864.05. Stop is 850.05. 864.05 limit. 850.05 stop. Confirm, send it. So we're waiting for a little pullback. Where do I want to put this little thing's in my way? So I can put it over here. So First Solar is probably going to end up being a cancel. I'll wait to see if it wicks through this low, but might not be it. It was a nice gap. It just really did not give me a setup. There's absolutely zero chance I'm taking this high of day break. And Tesla just might be gone. You'd think it would throw in a retest, but yeah, let's go ahead and cancel. Cancel First Solar day trade. Cancel FSLR day trade. Let's cancel that one. So I'm canceling that. If you want to leave it open, that's great. But at this point, I don't think it's going to retest that far. SPY trading into resistance, a little bit of a pullback. We'll see an S curve on Qs. Same with IWM. CRM, not great price action. It is retesting, maybe a double bottom somewhere down in here. Let me cancel this. I still wouldn't have taken that breakout. Evo, that's not the electric canoe company, right? Retest gap. I wouldn't be playing. I wouldn't be playing a breakout on this. Maybe you had a limit buy down here, like through this lower wick, little pocket of liquidity where people got their stops, and then you're probably selling up into this. But yeah, this is one of those. I don't really play stuff like this. Not that you can't make money doing it. There's definitely opportunity, but I just think there's easier things to be. So we're still waiting to see if Tesla could definitely throw in a big long lower wick. Not a retest. GameStop. I think GameStop the run might be over. Same thing with AMC. At least based on the price action so far. Nice hammer on Baba, but just right into this resistance. Apple. Ubo. I still think I would want a deeper retest than just VWAP. Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time shorting those things for sure. That's why I just generally don't do anything with it, because it's really hard to find shares short. Puts are extremely expensive. Even if it makes a move in your direction, you're probably not going to make money. APPN. Into a nice place to take some gains. So I don't see a whole lot from a day trade perspective. Into resistance and a profit taking area on the daily. Boeing might go a little bit lower. Never short a rocket ship until its boosters are out of fuel. Exactly. I'm going to turn the camera off just because I don't know where to put this little camera thing on my screen. Do I like AMD on the retest? I would at least want an entry down in this 93.85 area, preferably a little bit lower though. To be honest. Because again, it's an inside day move. There's not a whole lot of people trapped on this. Right now, all the price action is inside yesterday's, which is Friday's price action. So I'm going to want to buy it as absolutely low as possible. Tesla's just not going to retest today, huh? Oh, look at that. That's got to be a data error on TradingView. Let's see. Oh, it's showing up on TOS as well. Interesting. I'm leaving Tesla open until it throws in some type of retest candle, because you never know how large the retest is going to be. First solar target for a day trade. See, we're through this. So you got to go away. It's probably 115 maybe. If you can 114 to 115, somewhere up there. Or 2R, depending on what your setup was. That's kind of the problem where, like, if you took this high at a break, say 110.50 by 107.50, that's $3. So you at least got to try to get like 113.50. Everything up, including the VIX. Why not? Market is getting some volatility. Boeing is going the opposite direction. I don't think Tesla's going to trigger, but I'm going to leave the order out there just to see if it throws in a big retest. That could end up being like the entire move of the day. Never know. Let me look over. Activision's up nicely. Wow, this first solar leap is just dominating today. Jumanji is retesting a little bit. That was a huge candle. ELTR, blow off. It's looking like a blow off top in some of these. I don't think these things are coming back. SunPower is another really good one. A lot of the like individual solar panels and traveling solar panels for like overlanders and things like that. SunPower makes those cells. and that's very popular right now. Tesla new all-time high. Yeah, I don't think Tesla's gonna come back this far. Um, Everyone's gonna chase this thing. The earnings, huh? 900. That's it, Ross. Come on, gotta go to like 1500. 5 minutes. Pump those numbers up. Yes, sir. Let's see, did Johnny get anything in the other room? I think so. What would be my day trade target for space? Let's see. Through here, the high of this candle is 38 like 60, 38 like 60, right around that area. But I would definitely be taking a partial probably through 37, 32. So like 37, 35, something like that. I'd be taking a partial off. So coming up pretty soon, I'd take a partial. And at this point, I think your stop is probably right here as well. Like there's no reason for us to come back below these two lower wicks, in my opinion. How do we see Apple behaving pre and post earnings? Well, you're seeing it right now. The run up into earnings, I think it gaps up and then sells off. Apple's very like buy the rumor, sell the news. So the rumor is they're going to make over $100 billion this quarter. They probably do that, and then they still sell off, and then everyone goes, "Why are they selling off? The earnings were good." It's like, well, it ran up 15% into earnings on like a $2 trillion company. Is a lot of money. So yeah, I'm a fan of Apple. I'm long. I just again, it's looking like it's gonna have a really huge move into earnings. So even if their earnings are good, I think it sells off. So there was a big retest on Tesla. Is that real? Did it really gap down? This candle closed here and this candle opened here. What in the world? That can't be right. Yeah, that's not accurate. Am I holding shares over earnings on Apple? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I'll still hold my shares over earnings. They're long-term shares, so um beyond Beyond's breaking out of this channel, so that's nice. It can close outside of this channel. It looks good. Yep. So I'd be out of a partial through this 37.50 area or 35, whatever it was. Basically this wick over here from February. And then I would be targeting everything into this upper wick, which was 38.72. And the open of this candle was 38.79. I'd be out of everything there. One, two, three, four, five, six, 9 bullish candles in a row. GameStop. Yeah, I think that one's over. I think that one's over. For space official swing, do we have a target? Let's go. Let me look if there's one on here. RLT swing trade. You could always throw it in Slack, Donna. Let me take a look if there was a target on space. 2R is at 38.40. And let me look up. I think it's just 38.40. 39.17. 39.17 is what's on the chart. What is going on? Get out of here, commercial. Dang FinViz. 39.17. There you go. So it's a little over 2R. But again, that's a swing trade, so. For a day trade, I would not try to push it that high. So things just took off. No retest really. First Solar is now starting to retest. Still glad I'm not in that breakout. So if Tesla, which it looks like it's gonna do, it's gonna push through 900. We'll probably have to cancel that. Yeah, even a 618 retrace would only come down to 870. So cancel Tesla day trade. So we'll cancel that one. And I'll come over to my broker, cancel it. And if you're like, Robert, why didn't you take the breakout of 860? Well, I mean, you could have, but you took the breakout of 860 here at all, you lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times before you hit this one winner. So yeah, if you're just holding shares, congrats. CRM and for Solar still retesting. Boeing, I think, still has a little bit more room to go lower. More YOLO calls left. Hey, you made money. You're never going to get the exact top. Oh, we haven't been able to catch anything, huh? Yeah, CRM does not is not looking as great as like the gap. According to this gap, should be doing a bit better. But this resistance right here, definitely holding relatively strong. But we'll see if there's a reversal signal. I'm still on the 3-minute chart. I'll be moving over to 5 minutes relatively soon. Beyond, yep, Beyond is still moving. Nikola, did you get in that one, Blazing? I told you pre-market. Nikola, the king of trash. Nikola, having an up day. PLTR. Insane move. I think the room hit their goal on PLTR. Pull the trade journal over here. So what was PLTR? 2.13 R win. So you can see, team, I mean, swing trades, we've been just absolutely destroying it. If you want to sell a call on Apple, what would be the plan? Apple, if I was going to sell a call, today is definitely a good day. Apple's up 4%, which is massive. 4% on Apple is absolutely huge. Multiple up days in a row. I would sell the, wow. You can get $1.50 for a February 170. I'd sell that. Okay, you might be able to squeak out $1 like 51. Regular February, so that's February 19th. So let's go take a look at Apple real quick. So just thinking in terms of market cap, right? So this, since it made, well, really this pivot here. This pivot's where we're at right now. That's 13%. So even if you just say like 10%, market cap is like at 2 trillion. That's $200 billion in market cap that this thing has added. And it's actually added more than that because it's over 2 trillion and it actually went further than 10%. But I can't do 13% of over 2 trillion in my head. So that's all you're going to get. 200 billion in 4 days is a lot. That's a few dollars, few bucks. Yeah, 170 for February is $1.50, which is wild. I think that's free money. Let's see if this gets a nice little close. I would have liked this to come a little bit lower. Is there an open? I think there might. Nope, that point of control was filled. But there might be an open one down here. $202.02. That's kind of a cute number. Again, it's not official yet. I'm just drawing something. I would like this 5-minute candle to close bearish. Tesla did make it through 900 and then looks like it's pulling back a little bit. Not much though. Come on, close bearish. They added 2 AMDs of total market cap. Yeah. They just made 2 AMDs worth of market cap in 4 days. Tim Apple, I mean, as much as people try to hate on Tim Apple, I mean, what do you want from the guy? He turned it from a 1 trillion to 2 trillion in like no time. We're going 2 to 3 trillion probably. TOS is, yeah, it looked like it was pretty slow earlier when I was watching the prints on First Solar. So I don't think this closed bearish. No, I need a little bit of selling. I'm not going to buy a breakout on or bullish candles. So really wanted it to come down to this blue line. Have to wait. CRM's coming a little bit lower. Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, I think Schwab is because they're going to eventually, I mean, they're operating as separate broker dealers for like 18 months or so. So it's going to be a while, but eventually they're going to move any active traders, they're going to move them from Street Smart Edge to Thinkorswim. So they have to be able to add all those people. What's the news on Beyond? I mean, does it need news in this market? Who knows? It's a breakout of this channel that's held for months, a couple months. Thoughts on the Dow or Dow Chemical? The Dow I think is the crappiest index. It's price weighted, which I don't like at all. I own SPY, IWM, and use. The largest component that I own of the Dow is CRM. CRM I think is number 3. Actually, that's not, I do own Amazon. Pretty sure Amazon is in there too, but yeah. Otherwise, I think the Dow's a crappy index. Amazon, the low a day trap, maybe. That workday call like barely moved. Ozone is up again today. Gosh, that first solar leap is just killing it. Those AMD put sales are at 70% capture. When is AMD earnings? It's not tonight, right? Tomorrow? Tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening? Tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so I'm gonna continue to hold. I have February $75 put sales. Keep holding. Workday faded. Yeah. Darn. So here's my only concern with buying this limit buy is this has been weaker than the market, and if the market does start retesting, this is probably going to retest harder. I really wanted this to break the 200 level, or this candle into VWAP that we were watching. I wanted it to be bearish, so there were a few sellers trapped. However, there could be some type of double bottom action, neckline retest, and take it bullish is what I'm looking at. I want to see how this 5-minute candle closes though. What's my percentage of cash right now? It's up there. I think like 55, 60%. Um, I have not a ton of put sales out there. I have a few though that are sucking up some buying power. But yeah, I did add CRM leaps. I We'll see if I get called away on IWM this Friday. If I get called away on IWM, it's not going to be all my shares, but it's going to be, some more buying power. What am I going to do? I mean, this thing's been going straight up for a while. Teledoc thoughts. Today is a great day to sell calls against your shares if you have them. Looks like an S curve. If I was in it for a day trade, my stop would be right there. SENS. SENS. Sensonix Holdings. I don't really trade penny stocks. It does look like an okay gap. You definitely want it to try to get through $3. It needs to clear this upper wick relatively quickly. It's the same as this. But yeah, I don't really play penny stocks, Dom. Anything below $5 is considered a penny stock. The reason I don't trade them, generally they're highly manipulated. A lot of times they have a small float. Institutions can't trade them or own them. Usually they can't be traded on margin. All kinds of things where it's not really in my favorite trading list. What would your covered call on? I wouldn't sell a covered call, Michael. I would just sell the shares through 38.73. If I still wanted to own them, is there money at 50? Like if you really still want to, yeah, you could sell February. That's the highest strike on the option chain. You could sell February 50 for $1.74, $1.75 maybe. But I like this company is fine to day trade, short-term swing. I don't want to own this company long-term. They literally generate no revenue for the last like 6 months. The last 2 quarters, their revenue's been zero. So I don't want to own it. Rocket. Finally, Rocket is rocketing. I mean, it should. There's no better market for this other than the market we're in right now. So, yeah, congrats to anyone that was in Rocket. Did Big C? Big C did not fill us by like what was it, 40 cents or so. We had that limit buy-in. Huxion, I think you might be selling your shares here. $80. Oh, I got a messenger. At Huxion, Big C into your target today. Oh, there she is. Okay. Did you get filled at 80? It hit 80 to the penny. Not yet. Okay, it's coming close. Probably just wasn't enough shares. iRobot was I mean, if you have anything in your account that you've been holding on to, like losing money for a long time, that's just the dog of all dogs in your account. If it's not up today, it's never gonna be up. Never. So I would just literally sell something like that. Now it's different if it's like, oh, AMD, like this is a real company. But yeah, like Genius, I mean, even Genius is up 16%. What else? Blue Apron. If Blue Apron is up 10%, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's only up 8. And I'm not even joking. I texted someone today. I said, today is the day APRN, one of the stocks that I can think of, and it's up 9%. So, let's see. Intellisat. This one went to over the cat. Even this is up 2.4%. What is up with this market? It's just it's the dash for trash. Yeah, this thing's a piece of garbage if it's not up. Why how are you down 1.5%? Get out of here. What's XPEV? XPEV. I mean, XPeng is up. Neo is up. Yeah, Lee Auto, out of here. Blink is up. Fuel Cell, gotta be up. Plug for sure up. Yep. Huxion just hit her target. Congrats. Nice job. So Square, like something like this doesn't count because Square's been rampaging, you know, like this has been rampaging before like some of these other stocks, quote unquote, even existed. So like something like this doesn't count, but something like new or something that's like kind of trashy, like the airlines probably have to be up too. Nope, the airlines are down. That's how bad the airlines are. Cake. Cheesecake Factory up 12%. Revlon, this was another crappy one, 30% up. What's another crappy retailer? Nordstrom's up 10%. Macy's, easy 20%er today. Look at that, 16%. What's another crappy retailer that's been in the gutter? Nike, that's an actual good retailer. Well, yeah, Macy's is up 16%. IBM, no, this gap was just absolutely brutal. JCP is in, I think this one's gone, or it's in like penny stock land. What was Express? EXPR. Up 94%? You've got to be me. Oh my, I don't even know what to do with myself. Dash for trash. What's another one? HK, this one went to yeah, HK got delisted. What's like the one of the worst retailers? On, let's Dogecoin. Oh yeah, that's probably up for sure. So yeah, I mean it's just breakout. If you didn't take a breakout. What's the Kohl's? Yeah, that's a really terrible company. Okay, Kohl's is up 3%. Granted, this is kind of already came off the bottom, but yeah, it's still up. AYTU. No clue. This, yeah, the biosciences not really like as trashy. These are kind of, yeah. I looked at Nordstrom's. Nordstrom is up a cool 10%. ACI's, Albertsons. Oh yeah, this one's actually been doing well. You can kind of talk crap about Albertsons, but this one's been doing well. Kroger. Look at Kroger. 4%. RGA, that one's actually been doing good. Costco has already been on a run. Walmart. TJX is actually kind of a good store, so it's down. Dollar Tree. See, these have already like performed. I'm talking like trashy trash stocks. GameStop is up 77% today. Yeah, EXPR I looked at, it's up 98% or something. 100% press. Yeah, we looked at BBBY. This is up a cool 41%. What a day to have the free room open. Oh my goodness. Look at the IWM. It's just rampaging higher because they're just buying any this is Weight Watchers, right? They changed the ticker. Airbnb, yeah, new all-time high on Airbnb. So for a day trade today, I'll definitely try to buy a pullback, see if you can get it off of like VWAP. Ron, I have no idea how much higher we can go. Probably about a month ago, I had said we are going to go uncomfortably high because of all the money printing and the Fed being so easy. So we're there. We're there. For some people saying like moon, I mean, there are some things literally like in outer space. Like Express being up, 88%. I mean, GameStop, like if you're saying, oh, GameStop's going to the moon, like it's past the moon. It's like practically to Jupiter at this point. Tilray's got to be up today. Nope, Tilray kind of already had to move though. Why would you have anxiety? You already crushed it. You already made a ton of money on that one, Leah. I mean, Amazon is like rolling over, and Nordstrom's is up 12%. Wow. This is unlike anything I've ever seen. AI. Um, yeah, see, I can't really call this like trashy because it's just a new company, so I don't really know much about it. But these stocks that have just been left for dead, like a GameStop or that you used to shop at like 10 years ago and you've never been into one since then, like yeah, Yates told me iRobot, Thomas. That's when I went on a rampage, like just looking at the poopiest stocks that I that I could even think of, and all the garbage retailers. Restoration Hardware. These have actually been performing relatively well. Pins is down. Not. It's pretty much flat. It's up a little tiny bit. Let's see. So AMD again. I still want to try to buy it as low as possible because it's just an inside day candle. But yeah, if you have anything that like, oh, you bought when you were really new and it's just been losing money forever, it should be up today. And I would probably get the heck out of it because it's just insane. Yeah, I looked at cake, Steven. I that was another one. I went through all these like as quick as I could. Red Robin Gourmet Burgers is probably through the roof. Up a little bit. CRM double bottom. Not yet. Yeah, you can't really call these double bottoms because it could be an H pattern until it starts to do this. but maybe. Let me run through real quick. I know I still want to try to find a day trade. All right, now that we have a top to look at. Yeah, today's definitely a breakout kind of day, Ken. That's for sure. And I've been trying not to do as many breakouts lately, so I've been using a lot of limits, and I mean, nothing is limiting. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with watching swings and making money on long term stuff. Baba for a day trade. Baba's not really doing anything tremendous. JD was a fade. And I mean, what is going on? Yeah, Fire Eye is pulling back pretty good. Amazon pulling back. I was watching Boeing, but I wasn't gonna take a breakout, be the first one in through VWAP, and it didn't even really retest. Okay, so that one retested back through. Crowds dumping. Well, CrowdStrike has just been rampage Jackson higher. Um, the move that CrowdStrike has made is just unbelievable. So I don't think I'd be too anxious to jump on that one. Roku. I mean, this is another one. Like, just stick it in your account and just don't even look at it anymore. VSTO, good old ammo manufacturer. Oh, this was an okay gap. Let's see, was there a chance on this one? Maybe on this retest. Everything went so quick and didn't really retest is the problem. Bed Bath & Beyond is up 47%. Fastly. Yeah, this move on Fastly was good, and then it trapped below here. Ins is dying. It was only that. It's only, yeah, it's barely down. This looks like a big pullback, but it's really not that hard. Who wants a company that's actually growing? We want things like Nikola. Mongo database. Money's coming out of some of the growth stocks, and just it's the dash for trash today. Neo. Like, sell these things that are actually like growing and making money. Other than like Tesla and Apple. And I only did 2 on AMD. Can I explain H pattern? Yeah, it's just a bearish S curve. So, like, what did we look at? I think Pinterest was one. This went a little high for like a real nice H pattern, but that's just like this. H. So it's just a bearish S curve. So like a bullish S curve, you know, we normally look for this. Bearish S curves do this. Yeah, yeah, the lowercase h. Yep, you got it, AJ. Can we look at arc and plan that one out? Well, the problem with these things is like, so it's constantly changing the makeup of it. So can't really like chart this one per se. Um, I would rather just own this than try to chase. Like everyone is just chasing Kathy Wood's picks, like because they email out what they bought, and so she'll buy something, they email out that they bought it, and then everyone will buy that after hours. So like it's a self fulfilling prophecy. She automatically gets a couple percent on whatever she buys because everybody chasing her. This is the issue many traders have, including me. We sell, make money, and cry could hold longer. Yeah, but you're never gonna get the exact top. I know it's really easy to be like, oh, you know, I could have been a billionaire. Yeah, I mean anybody could. You know, back all you had to do is when like Spy was down here, just YOLO like $300 calls for the end of the year or something. But hindsight bias is very, very strong. And confirmation bias, all those kinds of things. You could have bought Bitcoin for $100. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Earnings tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna try and hold them through to tomorrow, Thomas. And I might even just hold them over earnings. It's at 70% capture. It's $20 away. But I'm gonna see if I can at least hold them into tomorrow. Get another day of theta. Is AMC a buy yet? To be honest, I really don't want to trade any of these. I think it would have been right here though, like off of this area. Maybe this break. These are not my specialty. These just day trading complete caca. Do I hedge my Apple over earnings? No. No, Brandon. Or Johnny, sorry. The chat's moving quick. Yeah, no, I just hold Apple. I guess it's a little bit of a hedge if you sell a call because that gives you a little bit of, you know, if you sold that 170 for $1.50. So, you know, if Apple tanks on earnings and does this, like it's a little bit of a hedge because you got $1.50 per share. So I guess you could call that hedging, but what's up, random? But yeah, no, Apple and just hold it. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at Twitter on. This has been a lot of fun to short. Is it going to the 200? Eventually, I think their earnings probably going to be terrible. But I don't see much on it today. I think their daily average users is going to go down, and their capex, they're spending a lot of money, a lot. I'm not really a fan of that. I don't think it's effective. Well, look at that, another new high on GameStop. Sell Amazon and buy GameStop. Baba just getting wrecked. BlackBerry, another high for the day. Wild. Viacom. Yep, look at that one go. Again, maybe you played a 1 minute breakout. Otherwise, there was not really any pullback or consolidation. Yeah, so normally what I'd be looking for is like 2 hours worth of buying on some of these, and then like look to short them and do a blow off top. But I don't think I'm gonna even do that because they've been so insanely strong. Any swing on Intel? No. You could if you want, but I would buy Intel as low as possible. I don't think that their new like CEO. I don't really. That doesn't help them get on 7 nanometer. I would stick with AMD or Nvidia. Nvidia's pulling back nicely. Still kind of in this channel. Yeah, I heard someone was saying BNGO. Whatever this thing is. If you made money on these things, great, congratulations. If you're sticking these things in your retirement account, that's not the play. That is not the play. All right, we need to be on the 5 minute. Like all the real stocks that I'm watching, like aren't really doing a whole lot. Don't you think Amazon should have a good week with earnings next week? Potentially. What it's looking like to me, those things are going to run up into earnings, and I think they're going to report killer earnings, and then they're going to fade, like gap up and fade down. Facebook, Tesla, and Apple all have earnings on the 27th. Are people still buying yoga pants? They're definitely. I'm not shorting them. That's for sure, Ron. Definitely not shorting Lulu. Yeah, just bigger sizes because everyone's like door dashing McDonald's. Speaking of DoorDash, here's Dash. This is a lot of doors being dashed for this valuation here. Yeah, Amazon is just, it is into this resistance area. I think it trades back into this big pennant pattern and then it takes the earnings gap to get out of there. Space is still climbing. Yeah, so yep, I would be exiting everything pretty much right here. 38, whatever this was, 38.72 and then 38.79 for the day trade. For those that are in the official swing trade, it was 39.17, I think it was. Yeah, Big C was trading into a target. No, Huxion's crushed that one. So congrats on that one. Yeah, Boingo, Bongo, Bio Nano, up, GP, Green Power. Doesn't look like it's getting the love that the others were getting. DraftKings, not really doing a whole lot. It's just an inside day. Not a great gap. This is actually a trap right here. So whoever bought the breakout of Friday's high right in through here got trapped. I think I want to be underneath that 160. Or 860. A potential setup maybe on Tesla. Out of space for 2.02. Nice, Jim. More downside for Square. Probably. This thing needs a pullback. I'm gonna add shares off the 50. If I have a small position in Square, I'm gonna add more at the 50. And then I'll be adding more at the 100. And think this thing ever touches the 200 again, I will be floating the boat, as they say. Lee Auto, this thing's doing nothing today. Not trying to bounce down here, but the trend's been pretty poor today. With everything going up, the fact that this is down is pretty crappy. GameStop could have gone to 200. Oh, man. Absolute insanity. Citron, the thing is, a lot of you think that Citron was short. They probably flipped long. Thanks, Kristen. See you later. Sorry we didn't get anything early this morning. It's probably gonna halt GameStop right there. That big of a pullback that quick. Let me just take a look. What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, can't even buy a put to make money on this thing going down. Like a $60 put is like $7. Uber. Oh yeah, Uber puking its guts out. Corsair, I do not have a pending order on Corsair currently. But I do want to buy dips on Corsair, or if it gets a nice down day, sell some puts. So we're seeing a little bit of a turn here. There's SPY. We're seeing a little bit of a flush. I have Bed Bath on another screen. That's kind of pooping its pants a little bit. Is that Nautilus? It looks like it's halted. Oh wait, no, it's not halted. You want to buy a breakout now? If you got a breakout here or here, it's working for you, but oh, okay. Yeah, if you bought this S curve or this, like this is relatively aggressive, but doesn't mean you can't do it. If you did something like that, 50 cents, that's kind of clean. And you're exiting like right into here. This is $1 right now, so that's 2 to 1 risk reward. DocuSign. I'd like to see DocuSign come into 245. I think I have an order to add a few shares on DocuSign. Where is it? Yeah, it's a little bit lower. That looks like some kind of news. Is there an overall market headline? It's only a matter of time before these things just get absolutely crushed. So, and some of these stocks that are actually like real companies weren't looking too great. Now you're glad you're out, right? Right? Because if the market starts pooping its pants, some of these things are going to get absolutely destroyed. Let's go ahead and hold off on this. Yeah, this is some type of news move, it looks like, when the overall market's putting in some really big bearish candles because we didn't make a new high. Does anyone see anything? Yep, AMD definitely pulling back. CRM all the way back to that prior support resistance. Commercial break for the moment. Yeah, so I'm glad I'm not anything bullish because most things are turning around. Game is still halted, huh? There's a lot of volume coming in here on SPY. How great would it be to pull back to the 10 today? Well, the whole thing about the VIX is like it's the chicken and the egg argument, right? Like what happens first? Supreme Court tossed emoluments. That's too big of a word for me, AJ. A loss. Why don't they just say that? Why don't they just use normal language? Yeah, so we're getting a little pullback. That's nice. This might give us a chance to actually do something. Tesla's actually holding up relatively okay. An alert going off over there. I just want to make sure IB's clean. I don't have any pending orders. This little hammer candle on Fubo looks interesting to me. So space, I think everybody sold into that. Nice move. Pretty deep pullback for space. UPS is being acquired by someone. TFII, I'm not even familiar with that. Trucking company. Interesting. There's FedEx. This actually looks like a nice short, but I don't think I'm going to do that. If someone does have shares available and they want to get froggy, that doesn't look terrible. I've seen worse setups. All right, so AMD. Let's take a little look see. Let's take a peek. Good old RSI. We need a little bit more. Yeah, we need a little bit more selling. Yeah. So this is not official yet. Spy's getting a nice little puke. Would make so much sense. Get a ton of people long on all these junk stocks and then just absolutely crush them. Just the oversold on the 15, 5, and the 3 minute. Like we have a little strategy we like to play. Call it the AMD ATM machine, but the overall market is puking right now, so I think I'm gonna put that on hold. Gap fill on SPY, yes. Blood, let's go. Yeah, below 30. Correct. But I don't particularly like to do it if the whole market is at. Oh, well, look at IWM. Oh, so good, so good. I hope a bunch. No one in here, because we're watching this thing like laughing when some of these things are going up. But I hope a bunch of noobs are just getting absolutely slaughtered on some of these things like GameStop or like chasing, this breakout on AMC. There's no way I'm selling puts on AMC. EXPR is actually holding up relatively decent. Bed Bath and Beyond. I'd be looking for one more little push. Game halted again. Good. Good. I think there's gonna be blood on that one. I really need Be right back. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm trying to be fast. Okay. AMC says bankruptcy is off the table. Yeah, I saw that. I think that was earlier this morning. Woo. IWM. What a turnaround. Yep. Glad we did not take the breakout on First Solar because we never would have really. Maybe we would have made a little bit, but it never really got far enough for us to take a profit there. Yeah, we're gonna have to move this a little bit lower. I'm thinking maybe put our entry, our stop was gonna be. But the market does not bottom like this. Low. When you get this huge type of bearish move, you usually don't. If this closes like an inside candle like this, it usually does not bottom like that. That's usually just, the first round of the buy the dippers, they get taken out. Yeah, but it's like, do you really want it now? Because it already traded pretty much to every target. Amazing trap long. I bet there were so many people getting FOMO that got in long on some things. I love when the market brings balance to the force. $775. I mean, it just depends on you're selling over earnings. The anticipated move on Tesla is $87. So, that's pretty much like as of right now, it's about one standard deviation away. I like to personally go 2 standard deviations away. So that would be 160, 170. So what would that be? 170, like a 690 or something. There's only $1 there. It's time. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have it right here. You nailed it, Hector. Cause the stock is free. Free falling. Cause the stock is free. Free falling. Cause the stock is free. If you want Tesla for a day trade, I think the entry is like somewhere. It was somewhere down in here. That would have stopped. I think that might have stopped out my initial, like the very first setup I had early in the morning. I did have buys trigger. I think you might have heard. I had a buy trigger on DocuSign, and Square. So I got a couple of puke orders going off on some things. It's gorgeous, gorgeous puke by the market. It's absolutely wrecking some people. I love it. Okay, I was just about to take a look at this. Darn it, I might not catch that. Shoot. I was Hey, there must be balance in the force, Edward. So too many happy people, yeah, trading a bunch of garbage. I mean, come on. Like, who shops at Express? Really? Okay. All right. Some people do shop there. I haven't been to a mall in forever, and aren't they only at malls? Um yeah, I think we're coming a little lower, team. What is a mall? There are, yeah, I guess depending on where you live, there's some outdoor malls. Like if you're in like a nice, climate, there's some outdoor malls, but move my line. Oh, yes, I love this sell-off. Love it. So we didn't take any day trades, but we didn't lose anything. Oh, look at AMC just get crushed. Yes. Look at space. Oh, I hope you got out of space. I might have to play Tom Petty again. Why do I love this? Oh, it's too easy, Pedro. There were too many people making too much money, not knowing what they're doing, and the market has to humble them. People just YOLOing into something like GameStop and AMC and making money. It lets me know that the market still has some resemblance of normalcy. And it gives you a chance to buy the dip. Like, you can't buy the dip if things never dip. I feel bad for kids getting into game at 150. I don't. I don't at all. I hate to say it, but I also kind of don't. Yeah, it's not like, I mean, the same type of stuff has happened before. Just it just takes a little bit different form. And things always look good at the very top. Like they always look the best when they're the most bullish, right? So, and how clutch is that covered call spot gonna be? Oh my goodness. Oh, that's not good. I'm in CRM. I don't particularly love that, or for solar, but at least we're not in a day trade. That's why I do have that little hedge on. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep going lower on AMD. I'm just gonna go ahead and keep waiting because it's following just the overall market. So the 20 is moving around a little bit. You Vixie to the moon. Yeah, volatility is probably really picking up. Oh, yes, just absolutely destroyed. And that's why you have targets, team. I mean, that's why we had that target in for our official swing trade. Where was it? On PLTR, on plantar fasciitis at 35, 32. Did we nail the exact top? Obviously not. But we're out now, and we locked it in. So at this point, I'm looking for a huge lower wick potential trap or a double bottom to play on the overall market. Oh yeah, get wrecked. People in GameStop. Space. This is what they call a Edward, is this what they call a crash landing? Come on. Fire Eye down to 1983. So Docu. My buy got filled at, I think it was 240. I added a few shares back. Filled orders, DocuSign, 239.90 on DocuSign. So I trimmed into this candle and then I added a little bit back there. And then Square, whoops, Square, I bought a few more shares off the 50. Pretty much right out right now. Actually, it might have been below the 50 a little bit. What is it? 212.90. Took some AMD. 57. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the full bounce, so I would have that stop trailed for sure. What a day for the first day of the free room. We haven't seen a pullback like this in a while. Very nice. Oh yeah, this is going lower. Why are you angry about PLTR? You, you already got in it and exited it, right? You were just trying to get back in. Um, well, I think it's still gonna double bottom, so you can always try for that. If it just V bottoms, I mean, what are you gonna do? But I don't think that's gonna happen. Usually, when the whole market does this, there will be some type of double bottom. Yeah, and if you sold those calls on Apple, got a nice little 5R on Tesla short, or did you were you in it up here? Long from this? From here? How'd you get 5Rs on that? An option? Yeah, Zoom's just hanging out in here. Yeah, so I got to look for everything pretty much looks like the overall market. So I might end up just playing SPY or the Qs and waiting for a double bottom to form. So again, just because you're day trading doesn't mean you have to be in and out of trades like nonstop all day long. Sometimes less is more. I think of it like a sniper. You wait for your shot and then you take it. Wow, right back to that low. Yeah, everything kind of looks the same. So this is a retest gap, and we did fill that gap. Activision kind of looks the same. I am in Activision long. I think adding into 91.90 area would be nice. This little double bottom and neckline test right here. I have a 97.50 covered call against my shares and leap. So I'm down for it to pull back a little bit. Give me a little breathing room. Take some of that theta out of that short call. Is this the shakeout of the week? Maybe. Maybe. So what I would like to see is a push up back to the moving average. Come down here, either make a higher low like this, or what I would really like even more is one more lower wick through here, and then a bounce, and then look to take it long. In Baba at 260.50. Target. If it bounces back to VWAP relatively quick, I would exit there. If we come in for a double bottom and it takes a little more time, I think then maybe you can move your target up into like 264, 265 area. But if it just V's, I would just exit back up into the volume weighted average price and these lower wicks, which might end up doing. Yeah, that original trade on Tesla, I think would have gotten stopped out if I just left it open all day long. Why is this bouncing? Crazy. You can see some of these tickers, they just look exactly like the index now. I don't personally short volatility, AJ. Um, I'll sell it via put sales on tickers. Feels like a shakeout. Yeah, maybe. Some things were just, they felt definitely too good to be true. So I love a good pullback. And if it just V's, it just V's. But I would think that we would get some type of double bottom. Like this type of play, if we do trade up into here, then I think anticipating a double bottom, because there's a couple ways you can play double bottoms. You can try to anticipate the second part of the double bottom and hopefully not get caught in an H pattern. That's one. You can do this and get long here and hope for that, and that. Or you can play the double bottom, neckline, like neckline retrace, and then try to take it higher. So those are like the three ways. The bigger this retest right here, then I think the more likely that you can try to anticipate a double bottom like this with a stop down here. That's my least favorite way, just me personally. Otherwise, I like to play either this breakout here with a stop down here and expect something like this, or I like to play the retest of the neckline and so entry with a stop down there, that kind of thing. If you try to anticipate it, you can sometimes get a lower entry, but you have to be really, really good about where you grab it. Because if it does, like, I wouldn't put my stop right below the first low. If it comes down, makes a just a penny or two lower low, and then bounces, then you get stopped out, and then it ends up bouncing. That's not very fun. It's all about that patience. Any advice for picking stops to avoid early stop outs being too tight? Just go larger than you think you should. And then depends on, like, so let's say AMD, it's a $90 stock, like a dollar stop size is pretty good. An Apple is a $140 stock, so generally Apple doesn't move like too far, so you can get away with a dollar, but maybe like $1.50. So usually like 1.5% of the stock price. Tesla, I would go wider, like 10 to 20 bucks. And you can use the ATR too, the average true range. So if you come in, average true range. So for whatever candle like you want, like right now the average true range on Tesla is 36 a day, so probably be around there. On something like for solar, the average true range is $6. So you can see anything like if you're using a dollar, that's gonna be really, really tight. I generally use the uh the range for my. I'm never gonna put a stop like below a moving average because stocks don't go like directly to the moving average. They usually wick through it or go in front of it. And if you're using EMAs, they move around during the day. Like you might look at a stock to like this. So if I said, "Oh, did SPY hit the 10 EMA this day, this purple line?" You're going to say yes, right? But it actually did not hit the 10 EMA intraday. It's because the exponential moving average moves intraday. So once it closed up here, like that's when it looks like it hit the 10, but it didn't actually do that during the day. If you're using simple moving averages based on the close of the candle, then usually if it shows it hit it, then it hit it. But 9206 by 9106, I would target VWAP or the bottom of this like right in this area. 94.05, 94.06, or like 93.96. So I might run out of time before I even find something. But I think we're going to come down for a double bottom. It would just make a little more sense. Great analysis. Yeah, I mean, thanks. I think it was pretty good. I mean, I could have just bought GameStop and then just been like, oh, look how cool I am. But yeah, that's not my style. That is not my style. Probably remove this fib. Could end up being like a nasty looking candle on Tesla. So like if someone likes to play H patterns, like these do not really work all that great right now, but they used to work really good. It's like trying to anticipate that double bottom and selling like this really, really tight. That's like a high risk, high reward setup, and then you're just exiting, down in this area. So you're looking for that double bottom to come in. You sell it here, you buy to cover here, and then it goes like that. But going short like that on an index has not really been working lately. It's the market's been just too bullish, Ken. Once like there's some sense of normalcy, and shorts actually start working again. Otherwise, like short is absolutely high as possible. But like KO down here, yeah, I sold some puts on Coke. Over earnings, February, $46. I think I got 51 cents. Let me double check. I got 50 cents on the button. Yeah, I think there's a 200 down here, right? Yeah, the 200 on the daily. And then if I go on the weekly, the 200 is just a little bit lower. So if I get put shares of Coca-Cola, I'm getting them actually at 45.50, and it's got a dividend. I'll hold it, sell calls on it till it goes higher and I get called away. Jeremy says, did I secretly short BlackBerry at the pre-market high break? I wish. Yeah, I still need to wait for a little bit of a low or a higher low to come in, something like that. More at least down into this, maybe in front of 92. I don't think I want to take that. I definitely couldn't do it this way. Like this is too big of a, if I did something like this, that's too big of a stop size to be great risk reward. So if there's some type of double bottom that you could grab. Yeah, but I think Tesla would have hit the stop, Andreas. No? I think the stop was like, wasn't it 840? Yeah, that was the initial 850. Yeah, so it would have stopped me out. Yeah, but I canceled it. Once it's traded up into like 900 without any retests, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna need to cancel that trade. Say like First Solar, same thing. It would have filled, but at that point, like Spy's doing this, I'm like removing those orders. Thoughts on Fubo? At this point, it's either gonna be just a no trade or maybe you're buying a retest of 38, hoping it comes in for a double bottom. Right now, I think the highest probability play is going to be some type of double bottom on the indices. Oh, I mean, look how small of a day Friday was on the Qs. Hmm. IWM actually looks like it's shaping up for the better double bottom, although it's not in as good of a spot on the daily. Obviously, it retests a little further. Spy and the Qs did. Yeah, I can't play this. This is just way too big. That's like it's about a little over $1. The problem with that is it doesn't give you very much room if it does this and then it comes, wicks you out, and then does that. It doesn't give you enough room. Not a great risk reward. I gotta keep waiting. I would prefer 2 to 1, yeah, AJ, but at least like if I can get a really, really high probability setup, then sometimes I'll take a 1 to 1, but at least 1 to 1. But yeah, I would prefer like a 2 to 1. Yeah, these are kind of like ugly double bottoms though. This higher low is a little too high for me. I prefer a double bottom that actually comes down and goes and makes a new low. And then gets people like really excited about shorting and then it like rips higher. Take extended hours off. Yeah, okay. I think there's still potential that we just trade up into that moving average on SPY. Hmm. What was the low of this candle? 29.56. Saying I can't do this. Like this looks like it might not be bad. All right, here, but I can't do that because I don't have 1 to 1 to VWAP. So since VWAP, that's just one of my rules. Since VWAP is right in front of my face, I don't have 1 to 1 to VWAP. Because VWAP is going to be a target for some people that did buy the dip down here and they're going to look to sell here, or shorts to try to sell this S curve. because I think that's probably about 50%. Yeah, actually closer to 618, depending on where you draw your fib. Amazon, it's a little better. Just do this. Probably be faster. Nope, that's not gonna give me 1-to-1 is all, yeah, is all the way up there. If I was gonna draw the fib, it would actually be from where the direction changed. So I would draw it from. I wanted to draw a really good one, like right there, there. So when I look for like reversion to means, like 50% and the 618 are the retrace levels that I will usually look for something to retrace to and then potentially pivot. If we start getting closes up above the 618, then like it kind of invalidates this move, in my opinion. So like the levels on fibs are all determined mathematically, but when you draw them, drawing them is actually like an art form. Everyone's going to draw them a little bit differently. Nothing is exact in the market. Other than, if you have 100 shares of something and it goes up $1, you make $100. Other than that, there's nothing too exact in the market. AMD is actually a little bit weaker than the overall market. It's like, how good would that have been, huh? Did anyone take this little short? This is one of my favorite short setups. Is this little lonesome dove bullish candle at the bottom of a big bearish candle like that, and then when it gets short, when it takes it out. Hard to bar. Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond's really hard to find shares. IB usually has them, but they charge more for locates. It seems like. I think I paid like $17 one time to short shares of Bed Bath and Beyond. But if you make 400 or $500 or something shorting it, then not that big of a deal. Yeah, see, this isn't quite gonna have the risk reward I need either. Nope. My stop would have to go. I'd have to just kind of arbitrarily throw my stop in down here somewhere. Yeah, everything looks pretty much the same as the SPY and the Qs. Let's get a little session volume going. Oh man, look at the point of control way up there. We probably get a little more volume in this area, and this moves down. is what I'm thinking. There was an open POC build. Same on IWM. Same on CRM. Yeah, Boeing looks like it's going to come lower. AMD still has this one all the way down here. Tesla just didn't quite hit that one. I feel like we could come a little bit lower. It was good timing for the Tom Petty during this. That was good timing. AMD has tweezer tops on the 5-minute. 42, 42. Yep, it's just resistance. So, like, especially if you zoom into the 1-minute and they're there. So, like, these candles right here, this high, this candle traded right up into 42 and then stopped. And the very next candle traded right up into 42 and stopped and reversed. That just means that that's a relatively strong resistance. $20 and $50 on the 5. The 20 is there, yes. The 50 EMA, yeah, is also there. Yeah. I don't really use the 50 intraday, but doesn't mean that it's wrong. One of the things to remember, team, moving averages, you can literally, like, just because I use the 10, 20, and 50 and 100 and 200, let's say, across different time frames, you can literally use whatever moving average you want. Like, you can just pick it out of a chart and you're going to find out, you're going to see where it works. Because every single moving average works, just not all the time. Yeah, I don't really see like a setup on this though. Unless for some reason you had a buy limit down here. Because moving averages work because other people use them. I know it sounds like it should be more complicated than that, but it's not. Because if I say, "Oh, I'm going to buy off the 50," and other people say, "Oh, I'm going to buy off the 50," like that's what causes the stock to bounce. Isn't it best to use popular? Kind of, because it bounced off the 10, let's say, like someone else could have an 8 or a 12. But yeah, the back trading marathon, like we literally picked averages out of a hat, basically. Legendary. Yeah, indicators are one of those things that, just like everything, they all work, just not all the time. As long as you manage your risk well, you can use whatever indicator you want. I day traded for a month with just the VWAP. Like if I had to pick any indicator other than obviously candles and like volume, it would be the volume weighted average price. In my opinion, is the one that if I like gun to my head, you can't have any other lines on your chart except except one thing. It would be VWAP. I had a good month. That was, I think, August of 2020. Let me see. Well, it was only 1 month, so it kind of depends on if I want to take that against every other month. I just did it to prove to myself that I could. All day trades. Ah, shoot. I didn't separate them by month. But, I mean, my win rate looks like it was actually really good. Why VWAP? I feel like the volume weighted average price is the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Like current, like it doesn't lag as much. I know that there, especially early in the morning, there are a lot of traders that peg their orders to the VWAP. There's also a lot of proprietary firms that like pay traders bonuses based on how close to the VWAP they buy and sell shares, because it's looked at like they get a better deal if you buy and sold shares closer to the VWAP. A lot of like high frequency traders peg orders there, or big orders for institutions get farmed out, something like that. So like if you wanted to buy like millions of shares of something and you run a fund, like you're not going to just go, oh, limit buy 1,000,000 shares at whatever. Like you're either going to farm it out to a high frequency trading firm like Citadel or something like that, or a hedge fund or a prop firm. And then like every time it hits VWAP, you're going to buy 10,000 shares. Or you're going to run an algorithm to do it like yourself, using like icebergs at a certain level or something. Because if you just throw out, hey, someone wants to buy 1,000,000 shares at whatever price, then you're going to get wrecked. Also, a lot of times things like revert to the mean, and that's usually the volume weighted average price. Kind of acts like a magnet. Yeah, a lot of stuff dropped really quick. So it's usually like a target for me if I'm playing like a double bottom, and then I'll target VWAP. Or like if I really wanted to short, like it would be somewhere around here. Especially if VWAP usually will align with like a Fibonacci retracement right around 50 to 618. That month did make me remove the 50 from my intraday. Um, from my intraday charts, because otherwise it just looked too crowded. Oh, brutal, man. Sorry, Edward. At least you were in the other trade though that you made money on, right? Sorry, you weren't able to get right back in the exact same day that you just sold for 2.11R. So now you got to lower your entry, right? Because if it comes lower than this, it's probably going to come even lower. So it changed direction here to there. Edward wants all the R's. Yep, don't we all? Don't we all? Now we might pretty much just V, I guess. I still think GameStop's done now. The drool pattern. I think the high is in for GameStop. The way that this 3 minute candle, that looks like a top to me. You got $400 calls. Ouch. Trust me, I'm fighting the urge to just trade out of boredom because I didn't get anything this morning. But we threw trades out there. They just didn't fill. For Solar doesn't look terrific. Um, Tesla just did not pull back until the rest of the market had that quick snapback. Would I consider any form of put on game? Probably not, because they're just so expensive. So, like, let's say you go this Friday, even this Friday, like a $45 put for this Friday is $3.20. And that's like all the way down here. 62,000 call volume on game at 115 for today. And there are some poor souls out. Here's the option chain. Who are these 679 people that bought $150 calls on GameStop for Friday, 4 days away? Probably the same people that ended up buying like the 60s and made a bunch of money and then like tried to, roll it. And yeah, they'll lose like all their money back. How high did it actually get? Uh, is this accurate? These things traded at $50 today. Woke to broke. Oh, rip those people. Tell you it ain't true. It's true. It's true. Someone was just YOLOing hard, and they're gonna get wrecked. And I love it. And I love it. Yeah, most of the volume was in that other candle, but there were some people that literally bought $150 calls for $50. $5,000 just lit on fire. Is that a news story, Maloney? Pelosi buying out of the money calls on Tesla? Dang, she's a good trader. She's a good. When did she buy him? She's a good trader. Well, I think I'm gonna miss stuff today, which is all right. I mean, we set up a trade on First Solar, it didn't trigger. We set up a trade on Tesla, didn't trigger. I still think there's another roll lower for double bottom that I'll be looking to play. I mean, let's be honest, she didn't actually do it. It's probably she's paying someone to do that stuff for her. Nice job selling at 80, Huxion. Feels good. He bought in December. Killed it then. Killed it. But it looks like it might just V. And if that's the case, I'm not going to catch anything. Tony, did you catch anything this morning on that snap down?
I did not. No.
Yeah, it was quick and violent, huh?
Yeah.
Wild morning. You think the top's in on GameStop?
Man, I hope so, because I have a sweet top bull put spread on that thing where I hope it comes on down. I'm
Bull put
echoing.
spread?
Yeah.
On
I think
game?
I'm echoing off your speakers.
Oh, I have the share sound set on. Yeah, okay. There we go. You have a bull put spread on GameStop? Really?
I do, because I want the shares at 20.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna come down that far.
It's not going to, but so here's the thing. I sold the 20, I bought the 15. So those 15s are actually up double value already. So those long puts.
The long puts went up when the stock went up, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah, the volatility's going bananas. So it's already doubled its value. So it hasn't even come down. In fact, it's gone up, but that's just IV for you. But
technically you're losing on it.
What's that?
So technically you're losing on the bull put spread, even though the stock is like quintupled.
Yes. I'm down on the bull put spread, except for I want the shares and I'm just going to unravel it. So I want it to come down.
Yeah.
And it's just a way for me to short it without having to buy any long puts that are just out there, right?
Yeah.
So if it doesn't come down, I keep the premium from the spread. If it does come down, I unravel it. It's like I got to pick the top and I get to buy it at the location that I want. So that's the game plan, at least. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but it makes money, man.
Yeah, unravel. He just means sell the long put for a gain and then put the shares on the short put. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So bull put spread. There's two. Or I'm selling puts and I'm buying puts in the same transaction together as a vertical. And so I have two legs on this guy. One makes money on the way down. One loses money on the way down. But one makes money on as it goes higher. The other one loses money. So it's a balancing act. That's why I'm able to win in both scenarios.
Yeah, that's what I did on. I ended up doing that on Pinterest. So I sold the put and then I bought a put down here.
Yeah.
50.
Yeah, exactly. It's honestly one of my favorite earnings plays. I'm going to be doing that a lot this week, but Beyond Meat was one of the biggest trades I had last year, and I just did that over earnings. It gapped down massive, closed out for like 15 Rs on those long puts, and then got put the shares by like 10 cents, and then it rampaged higher, sold it, and doing it again. So yeah, it was a huge win, and I just been doing this all over in earnings on stocks that I actually want to own with the correct size. Of course, I'm not just going crazy, but it's a good strategy. I like it.
Sweet.
I did it on Netflix. Netflix gapped up, so made a couple $100. No big deal. Would have
We'll take
loved
it.
to put some shares, man. But cool. Falco, you gonna stick around? Or you
Yeah,
bouncing out?
I'll stick around to answer questions in chat. Thanks everybody. Sorry we didn't get triggered in on anything. There were just no pullbacks out the gate today. And then when the pullback came, it was so quick and fast that I wasn't able to catch anything. That's okay. We didn't lose.
Hey, man, there it is. I didn't expect this. I mean, I still kind of think we're going to be double bottoming, but I mean, I would have been waiting for a new low to come in before I went long. So just hanging out, man. I mean, nothing wrong with not taking some trades, guys. I take before I got on the mic, I take a few more trades now, but before I got on the mic, I traded, I think 10 to 15 times a month, day trades. And I was more profitable than I was when I traded 10 times a day trying to day trade. So just wait for those perfect setups, man. Right? Sweet. Let me get my chat pane pulled up real fast. Man, we got a packed house today. That's awesome. I love it. All right, get situated a little bit. Mike, what's up, man? Good stuff. Good stuff. Set up a spread today. Yeah, I'm looking for it. We have some volatility coming in. There's no doubt. We'll see how the things play out. So, yeah, and sorry about this. Got to close down. For some reason, I have just these million programs open and they won't go away. There we go. Computer's not freezing up anymore. All right, y'all. So I am Tony Pollock. Want to give a quick intro. I know there's a ton of people here that are new to RLT, just checking it out. Welcome. So glad you're here. I want to give an intro of me and my story. Okay. I help run a trucking business in Arizona, a family business. So I was taking it over from my dad. My dad's run it for like 25 years. I came in, took it over. I ran that for about 8 years. And on year 8, I was like, you know what? It's good. It's a good life, but it's a lot. You know, I was working 70 to 80 hours a week, 7 days a week. Anytime I would schedule a day off, someone would call in sick and I'd have to go jump in with them. We were a big company, but we were small. So we weren't big enough where I could have 10 people on standby to fill in for people. But we weren't small, right? So I was just kind of stuck in this middle ground of most companies are stuck in, where I don't have enough money to hire the people I need to. So it leaves me doing everything. So I decided, you know what? I'm quitting my job. I've done stocks a little bit. I've done okay with stocks. I'm going to do stocks full time. So we moved back where this is in Arizona. We moved back to Utah, and where my wife's family's from. I love Utah. I think it's gorgeous, by the way. If you're ever in Utah, hit me up. And I go, I'm going to day trade, guys. And I'm going to make so much money. I'm just going to kill it. So we sold our house, made really good money on our house sale in Arizona, put that money into the market. And I joined up with RLT, right? So I'm a member of RLT at the start. And I was just struggling, guys. I was struggling. I didn't do any of the RLT trades. I was prideful. I just wanted to do it on my own, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But I got destroyed. Lost all of our money, took out loans, lost all the loan, took out another loan, lost that. And it was kind of getting to the point where it's like, I don't know if I can convince the bank to give me any more money to do this. And by the way, guys, I have a mortgage to pay. I have car payments due. I have all these bills due, right? And I'm not having any. In fact, not only am I not having a paycheck, I'm losing money, right? It's going the other way. And finally, some things clicked. I scheduled a one-on-one with Jeremy Newsom. Within 10 minutes, he showed me exactly what I was doing wrong. It was a lot of emotional control issues, right? That's how we all are. Money's so triggering emotionally. And he mentioned credit spreads, and he's like, look into this. You might like it. So I developed my own strategy with credit spreads and finally started to pay my bills, finally became successful in day trading, turned the corner, and at the brink of bankruptcy, I started to pull myself out of the hole, and things started to work, and finally understood the markets and how they work, how to control myself in them, what I need to do to bring out consistent income. Since then, I've been hired on with RLT. You're hearing me talking now on the mic and loving my life. Now, instead of 80 hours a week, I golf 80 hours a week. That's like my thing. I love the life that I have. I make more money than I ever have in my entire life, and I have the free time to enjoy it. And my mission here at RLT is to give anyone that wants that life the opportunity to get it. Right? I just want to help someone learn these markets, move forward, change their life, and enjoy the life that I currently live. I am a literally walking true story of RLT. Guys, it doesn't come overnight. It does not come overnight. It took me, like I said, about 6 or 7 months with RLT to finally figure it out, but I figured it out. I had to pay my tuition, right? A doctor's not going to become a heart surgeon in 3 weeks of studying med school, right? It takes years and years and years. And that's exactly how it is to learn the skill of the markets. Everyone thinks you can just show up and be like, oh, I'm smart enough to get this, right? I'm smart enough to get this. I can just do this. I don't need to do anything. And I'll just go the free route as much as I possibly can. Well, yeah, it's fine. You can do that. And there are people that make that. But honestly, RLT is developed. Jeremy had a vision because he walked the same boat as me, except there was no one there to help him, right? He lost tons and tons of money trying to figure out how to do this, was the worst trader in the world, what Jeremy said. And he figured it out, and he started RLT so that he could help people gain this life that he has. And it's helped millions of people. It's crazy the reach that we've had. But guys, that's why I'm here. I want to help. Feel free to ask questions in the chat pane. I'm not a genius. I don't know everything, but I'll do my best. Good news is I have some awesome moderators here with me behind the scenes that can help answer some questions too. I am so down to start taking some day trades and to make some money here on the mic. So if you have any setups, throw them my way. We'll take a look. That is me. That's my story. That's where I come from. I am nothing special. I didn't grow up on Wall Street. I'm literally just a truck driver that wanted to change his life, that stuck to it when it felt like I was done 25 times, figured it out. And now it's my passion just to help someone else on this path so that they can have financial freedom and truly enjoy it. It's real, right? Thanks, Thomas. I appreciate it, my friend. So room is packed. Let's find some trades. So your bread and butter is credit spreads. That's a huge part of it, Andy. Yep. That is a huge part of it. Pedro, what is my strategy? My strategy is you literally, every fifth stock you see, you just buy it. Doesn't matter what it is. You just close your eyes and you scroll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, buy it. I'm just kidding. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I have, it's a long story to explain my strategy. I'm happy to do it though. Here, how about this? I'll do something better because I would love to day trade on this right now. And I'm, again, happy to talk about whatever. We can go over my strategy if you like. But how about I send you a link real quick to an interview I did before I worked with Jeremy. Let me add this onto there. There we go. Check out this video there. That will, let me make sure I'm recording this, by the way. We are recording good. Yeah. Guys, you can sign, you don't have to be members of RLT. You can sign up with a one-on-one with me. It's $250 an hour. I can show you everything I do and anything. And that goes with any moderator, with Falco, anyone, Jeremy, jump in there and learn this stuff, guys. Invest in yourself. It's funny, $250 is nothing. I mean, I'm sure half the people in this, not probably, I'm sure 20% of the people in this room have lost on trades today and lost more than $250, right? Invest in yourself, learn these things. It doesn't just come by just, I'm smart enough, I can figure this out. Like I said, there might be a portion of people where that's the case, but learn it, invest in yourself, spend the money, and it's real. It's not rigged. This is real. I'm a walking, living proof that you can have an awesome life trading the stock market. So cool. I just sent, it's in the chat pane. Check out that link. That is an interview I did with Jeremy Newsom. Is one session enough? Probably not, but it depends on where you're at. If you've been trading options for a year or two, then one session's probably enough. I've had people that have been trading options their whole life and they still are on like 4 sessions. It really is up to you, but I do my darndest to just make sure that you're learning at your speed you want to learn at. You ask any question you want to ask, move forward on whatever you want to move forward on, or back up and go over something if you needed to go back over that. Cool, man. This chat pane is filling up fast. So Mohammed says BTAI. And if I don't get to your question, please just copy it and throw it back in there again. BioCell Therapeutics. So therapeutics, these companies are tough. They live and die on massive moves up and massive moves down. Let's go to a bigger time frame and try to get an idea of what's actually happening right now. Working on an S curve. So it actually is more bullish than bearish. You are stuck here on this, on these 2 EMAs, just slowly grinding higher. I don't know. I don't really have an edge on this guy. I'd be more interested down here off of the 50 EMA, this green line on a weekly. It's hard to go wrong off of that. I would wait for a little bit lower of a move. And let's see. Actually, I should have done this first. Hold on. About 41.50. So 41.50 would be right around here, right at this support. See what happens there. Again, this could work. This could not. I am extremely picky on my trades. You guys will see that. I'm very greedy. I'm waiting for the absolute best entry. But if you don't do that, then when markets do what they did today, you're going to get crushed, right? Buy low, buy it low, sell it high. It's so simple to say, but everyone freaks out when the markets are low. They're like, it's the end of the world. Example A, BABA. Let's go back to this day right here. Seriously, I think I heard this from 100 people of, hey, the guy's missing. He's dead. This stock is over with. I said, heck no, I'm buying the dip. So we're buying the dip, and then let's just see what's happened ever since. We're cruising. I bought down here. I bought at 225. We're up around 260 now. It's called buying the dip. We just go out to a weekly chart. What happened? We pulled down to the 100 right here. What happened the last time we pulled down to the 100? We made a new high. So what's most likely going to happen right now? Probably make a new high. It doesn't have to, but it can. So again, buy the dip, which means you're buying it when it's scary. If you're not scared that it's going to go to zero, you're not getting in cheap enough. My 2 cents on that. Okay. Let's see. Leah says, I'm thinking about buying puts on the SPY, 129,376. It's tough, Leah. I mean, this market is, we're already having a bigger pullback. I mean, a bigger bounce than we should. Realistically, we should have came up to about this EMA here off of this drop and then rolled down. We should be sitting on the 20 right now, and we're bouncing up higher. So you can short this if you'd like. It does make sense. I do feel like a short is coming right now because of how many bull candles came into this guy on relatively low volume. So it would make a ton of sense to roll back down and either put in another low before it bounces. There is a chance we'll just higher low up out of there. But at the moment, I wouldn't be looking long at this level. I'm long down here, like 378. So that's for my day trade, what I'm thinking, but I'm saying that for a longer term play is there's just so much strength coming in. It would not surprise me at all if we gap and go the next day, just like we did on this one, and then just keep cranking higher. But go to a weekly chart. We are really stretched from some EMAs. I've been waiting for about 350 now since October, pretty much, for it to pull back to, and it's not. Doesn't mean it won't, but this is a strong market. So if you want to, 376 is a good put to buy. Not too crazy out of the money. And you want it for 129. Oh, wait, never mind. That's for this Friday. I would not do that. Yeah, if you're going to do it like a month out. Yes, you're not going to get as good of a return. But if the market just hangs out for 1 second, you've lost all your money on those puts. Give yourself some time so that if it does gap up to here, you only lose 20% of that put instead of 100% of it. Because if you gapped up to here tomorrow, you'd be done. Exactly, Freckle. Buy more time than you think. Retweet, man. Yes. And granted, it's not, you could have a huge return. If you bought this Fridays at 376 and we went down to 365, it'd be a massive win compared to if you bought a month out and we went down to 365, right? But that requires you to be perfect on not only the direction, but the timing. That's why you're getting paid so good for it. So it's kind of a lotto ticket a little bit. And I don't play those, but I like a little bit more time on my side. I would never, that's the type of stuff I sell, Leah. I sell this Friday's expiration because there's a 90% chance it's not going to happen. So you just sit there and keep raking in money and raking in money. It's like an insurance company, right? I'm paying premium on my insurance for my car and I don't get in a car accident. So they're just getting money off of me every month. It's nice when I actually need it if I ever did get in an accident, but in the meantime, they're just making money off of me. And that's what I'm doing in the markets, right? Darren says, sell shorter time. What do you mean by that exactly? And did I say your name right? Is it Taryn? Taryn? Let me know. Closer to expiration. Yeah, sure. If you can get the right premium, the most important thing is to sell at the location that you want. So on this pullback, if you're going to sell some puts or some bull put spreads, don't sell it right here because you can get a lot of premium. The location there sucks. It's not, we could easily pull back down into here, right? For this Friday. Where do you really want to be? At least below this pivot, below 375. So it doesn't really matter so much about the expiration as it does, can you get the level that you want at the expiration that you want? And realistically, I would sell like at least the 365 or lower, which means I'd probably have to go out a couple weeks. When I'm selling calls or puts, I don't do them over a couple weeks away. I like to get paid faster. Yep, that is what I live and die on. I'm selling really quick. A big part of my strategy is I sell on Monday for this Friday's expiration for the exact same reason I just told Leah. Right? For those that are buying that from me, they're saying it needs to get down to 375 by this Friday. And if the markets just hang out for one day, I can close it out for 80% premium. The downside of that is overnight, if the thing gaps down 4%, you're screwed. All right. So there's that. But again, you're just playing the odds. Sell covered calls on Monday. That's even safer. With covered calls, you cannot go wrong with that. You might get called away at a lot lower price than you want, but hey, you're not losing. Andy Richards says, what is a good account size to make some decent money for a week for credit spreads? I did it with as low as a $15,000 account and as high as a $30,000 to $40,000 account is when I was first started. And that's what I did. And I averaged $1,000 to $2,500 a week doing that. And that was me being really aggressive a week. Yep. That was me being really aggressive and putting most of that account on spreads every week. Yeah, man. I can't wait to meet up with you on Thursday for sure for that coaching session. It's going to be awesome, man. Ready to have your mind blown on this stuff. You can make really good money. Realistically, if you didn't want to be super intense, you could make, if you had 15,000 in your account, you could easily make around $500 a week with just 15 grand. And that's being pretty decently conservative. So it is fun. It's an awesome strategy. Reach out, email me. My email's Tony, Tony, at reallifetrading.com. Email me if you want to learn a little bit more. It's an awesome strategy that again, it's not without risk, but it's got around a 90% win rate. And again, I used it for years to help me pay my bills. That's the only thing I used. I didn't do hardly anything else except for just credit spreads on the weekly time frame. So cool, guys. Let's get to a few trades here. So again, the market is into a resistance right now. So you can see how much of a pullback this has had up into a resistance now. So it would make a lot of sense for it to come back down to about 380. I mean, that could be a good place for a bounce. And it looks, yeah, there it goes. It's already breaking down some. So again, this would be a target area that I would need to be at, 380.20. That's the one I marked on the daily. Could we make another low? Of course we could. This V bottom move right here kind of tells me that we're getting ready for it. Volume did come back in. There are a lot of shorts getting in on this move. Might be ready to roll back down again. So keep an eye on this. I don't know if I'm going to play it quite yet. What I would have liked to do is had it, if I would have been on the mic and the stock looked like this, and I knew I had a big resistance level here after this big of a kind of a V bottom move up, I could have placed a short entry there with my stop up here. I'm just seeing it too late. Again, I didn't do a whole lot except for close out a few swing trades today. That would have filled me. Yeah, right off of that resistance here. So it makes a lot of sense. We'll see what happens. Maloney says, what are your tickets you trade for weekly options? I only, for my weekly strategy, guys, it's a very specific strategy. My trading plan's like 3 pages long. So it's very specific because every time I went outside of those rules, it didn't make any money. Again, you're playing with fire a little bit because you're selling within 3%, and a stock could easily gap 3% overnight. And if it does, then you're in trouble. And I have strategies to help you out when it does gap, but still, there's only so much you can do. I trade my main ones: Amazon, Netflix, Tesla, the SPX, a few other kind of backup ones, but those are like my bread and butter. On just those 3 to 4 stocks a week, I'll make my 1,000 to 1,500 on average a week and move on. And again, that's me doing 10 contracts on each one. So I'm risking $5,000 max loss on each spread. So it's not like I'm doing 2 contracts. So that gets a little bit getting used to, but how are the Qs doing? Qs looking like the same thing, although the Qs did break up above this resistance. We tried it once. I think the Qs are going to put in a higher low and probably start to bounce. BABA, a little weak. Tesla, I think, again, just like the Qs, another higher low probably coming in. Amazon, we'll see. Earnings are coming around the corner. Costco, yo, what a bounce. What a trap on Costco. I saw it this morning and said, well, okay, we're looking good. I have some puts on this thing, just hedging one of my longer positions. And I thought I'd finally be able to pay off on that protection today, but nope, it is just bouncing like crazy. Adonis, this is one of my thoughts on Google. My thought on Google is that it's been on a crazy rampage bullish. What a move, insane move. And you have earnings right around the corner, like next week. So you're going to have people taking their profits on this big move. You're going to have a lot of hedging going on, which is going to cause the stock to act a little erratic. It's very strong, no doubt. It's very bullish. I'm not going to do hardly anything with it until after earnings. And we have a retest gap here that hasn't filled. So there's a chance we pull back down, but it's extremely high. Guys, the RSI, man, one of my favorite indicators on the chart. Again, people are waiting. They want indicators to tell them when to get in and when to get out. That's sure. Everything works, just not all the time, right? There are certain times where like, just wait for the 10 to cross the 20. Yeah, but no, right? What I do is I read sentiment on candles, and I have indicators to back up what I'm reading and to give me a little bit more insight so that I can get in ahead of time, right? That way, I can get in when it's actually low, because most people see this and they go, okay, now it's time to get in. It's like, no, this is where everyone's taking their profits. So this is where you should be buying, and this is where you're selling. You do not want to be buying where everyone else is selling. That's where you buy up here and then you get killed. And then you exit right when everyone else should be buying again. And then it goes up as soon as you get out, right? Playing that game. That's the game that most every new trader plays. As soon as you get in, you lose all your money. As soon as you get out, the dumb thing bounces. And that's just because you're buying it and selling it at the exactly wrong time, right? Tell the trade what to do. Don't chase it because it looks good. Could Google go to 2,000 tomorrow? Sure. And if it leaves without me, it leaves without me. I want Google down here, like at 1770. I think that's a good place. I'm not going to yet because earnings, there's no point in me getting in and then earnings gap down. I should have just waited and got in here. So everyone's saying, what happens if it gaps way up? Who cares? I miss out on 1 million trades a day. I don't care. I don't need to catch every single move or feel like I'm missing out. Like, oh, this could be life-changing money. Who cares? I don't want it up here because guess what? It's also life-changing money if it gaps all the way down. And now you're down a whole bunch of money because if this was going to be life-changing money anyways, you put way too much money on this guy, which means you'd be getting killed if you did gap down. I'd rather it gap down, buy it, get in really low, and then rock and roll. So that's my thoughts on Google. Earnings around the corner. Don't do anything with it. It's coming into a support zone. It could still pull back farther. I think the move is probably a pullback on Google. Just keep on coming down before earnings. Doesn't have to. We could get a run into earnings. I mean, that's kind of what's happening here, but you're just extended. Stocks just don't go up. Stocks do this. So if you see a stock doing this, what's your first thought? It's going to do this. All right, high or low. So we see a stock doing this. What's my first thought? It's going to come down. I want to buy it and then let it rock and roll after that. How long do you generally wait after earnings? It doesn't matter. I can get in the day after earnings. It doesn't matter. As long as it's in the location that I want it at. So I already said I want to buy it here. I want to buy it here. These are my two places that I want to buy. So if we keep cranking into 2,000 before earnings and then we gap down to here, I don't care. The very next day I'm buying it. Right? If we pulled down and then it gapped down to here, I'm buying it. This is the location that I wanted at. If it's a bullish stock and having a big down day, buy it. And just have enough time. If you're going to do options, give yourself 6 or 7 months. Don't buy them a week or two out. It's just guaranteed to lose your money almost guaranteed. Give yourself some time. With options, usually the cheaper option whenever you're buying option is the worst option. So what most people do is, like right now, they think it's going to go bullish, but it costs like, I don't know, let's say it costs $30 a call right now on this call option. So it's only $5 for a call option up here at 20. No, I don't even know what that is. I can't see it. Let's just say 2,100. And if you buy the 2,100 and you do it for this Friday, it's even cheaper than that. It's only going to be $3. So that's the one they do because I can't afford to buy, spend $3,000 on just one call, but I can spend $300 on it. What did you just do? You nearly guaranteed yourself a loss. You have a 10% chance to even break even on this trade. So the more expensive option is usually the better option if you want to have a chance to make money. It'd be much better right now to buy the 1865 for 3 months out. That's going to cost you $15,000 than it would be to spend $300 on the 2,100 for this Friday. This one actually has a chance, right? We could pull all the way back on earnings and then go, and you would win. Whereas on this one, you better have it right out the gate or else you're going to lose. So go with the more expensive option as long as it meets within your budget, right? Don't put your entire account on one call. Anyway, that was a long ramble on Google, but that's my thoughts, my friend. No problem, man. Any other questions? Any other stocks you want me to look at? If not, I'm going to start getting through here and just jumping on a few things that I see. Earnings on Tesla are right around the corner. I cannot wait. Tomorrow, I will be setting up some earnings plays on this guy. You can already see my lines on my alerts of where I will be selling puts if we pull down to, and I'll be looking to go long-term in a swing around 520 or lower. So AJ T-Doc, my friend, is this a day trade or swing trade? At this point, it's a whole lot of nothing trade if I were to look at this stock. Again, we know stocks don't just do this, right? We know they do this. Sell a covered call. Yeah, dude, if you're in this thing, sell a covered call. I think this is all-time high. It is. Yeah, this is a perfect day to sell covered calls. Or just take your profits. Other than this, if you want in on this, right? So this just showed you its hand. We're going bullish. The only question now is, where do I get in? And so start labeling off some supports. We have a support there. We have a support here. We have EMAs here. And we know we have buying support here. So now you need to figure out, where are we going to bounce? What risk can you use for what place? And then also realize that earnings they're not close, but they're not too far away. It generally takes a stock around a month or so to pull back an S curve and then go higher. So again, you don't want to be buying the 2-week out call. You're going to run out of time, and then you're going to come back 2 weeks later and it's going to be up into here. But I would look at this stock and just start asking yourself, okay, it's probably going to take a month or two to pull back. Where do I want to pull back to? Okay, here, set an alert, wait for the alert to go off. And if it doesn't, then you missed it, right? That's the name of the game. If you chase stuff, if you have FOMO, if you want it that bad, you're just going to lose money. The market is designed to find traders just like you. Traders that feel like they're missing out on everything. Oh man, GameStop. I got to buy GameStop, man. It was just yesterday, the dumb thing was at $40. It's at $90 now. Tomorrow's going to be $120. Could it? Yeah. But could tomorrow also be at 15? Yeah. The stocks don't go straight up. They always come down. It's just a matter of time. So you don't want to be in it high. You want to be in it low. Just be patient. Taylor says $450 buy on Tesla was not a bad idea, I guess. For what? Back when it was at 450? Oh, to buy in. Guess what? It was too high for me still. Like, I went to a weekly chart when we were back at 450 and I saw this. So I bought Tesla with with everyone else at RLT. Where did we get in at? Dang. Do you guys remember where we got in? I don't remember the price on Tesla that we got in. The big pennant. Was it in here before the move? For some reason, this just doesn't look right. I don't really understand why. 380-ish? This has got to be it. It just looks, I don't know what the heck's going on, but it just looks weird. So during this pennant, yeah. So we bought it at 380-ish, basically like the day before. Oh, this is weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. I don't know. But this just looks different for some reason. We bought in here somewhere. And then it was around September 10th. I bought right before the big move. So I think it's even earlier than that. Yep. I think that's why it doesn't look familiar. Is this? Was it this? One of these 2 days here. It doesn't matter. I bought it down here and I sold it. I'm pretty positive right here at 310 or something like that. And I did the same thing again. I bought it down here again at 370 and I was out at like, I think 600. So, it's continued to crank a lot higher. I'm not in on this move. If this thing goes to 1,000, I'm still not in. It's just waiting for it to pull back down. So right now, the next support zone is realistically down into here would be so money. Will Tesla ever get down in here? Maybe. I don't know. Possible. Thought it was below 400. Steven, yeah, I can't. This doesn't look super familiar to me on the thing that I'm actually thinking about. So I don't know. That's fine. I don't waste too much time on it. But anyways, I'm waiting for a pullback. Let's go to a weekly chart. This looks like it's going straight up. What does every stock do when it goes up? It hits a point finally where it's going to pull back. So now we're guessing how far are we going to pull back to? That EMA, this support, the 50 down around this support, I think is a really good entry. So that's the game we're playing on Tesla. For Tesla day trade, man, I don't know. What are earnings again? I don't know. Again, don't trust exactly these dates, but it gives me an idea. The 27th, they're soon. Will we run up before earnings? Possibly. I just said I think we make a higher low. It's trying to. Doesn't mean we're going to. Now, if we get above this, then it's like, okay, yeah, cool. The Qs are going to make a higher low, and it looks like everything's kind of pulling around, even though this is with the SPY now. We got out of it. But the SPY is actually doing the same thing. We're putting in a higher low. I don't know if there's a risk reward if I want to start planning on shorting this double bottom. I'm sorry, double top. Play something there with like a stop up here. Because I'm looking to go short on this market. If this market would have done something like this, if it would have rejected off of this guy and made one more low, I'd be looking to go long. But because it was that strong and made that big of a move, I'm thinking about shorting that. The only downside to this is that blue line that I already drew on a daily is right in front of me. There is no risk reward. And in fact, I don't even think I can get a 1-to-1 to the low of the day. So not going to be touching this. There's no risk reward, even though I do think if we broke that, it'd be a nice short. Jim says thoughts on the NEO. NEO is what I was talking about on the market. I think a new low on this would be a better bull play than the market would be. And it's actually given me a reason too, right? We gapped up, pulled all the way back. This is a massive bear candle. Holy cow. Pulled back into a reason why people would buy this thing. And that's what you're looking for when you're day trading. You're looking for a bull put spread. Sure. I don't know if there's any premium there on NEO. I haven't really done one on NEO, but let me see here if there's any premium on NEO. Let's go a couple weeks out. Not really. No, there's no premium. I could sell the 50, which is about what I'd want to sell, but it's pretty cheap. Let me see. Here, go to the 45. Yeah, it's below my threshold. Unless it's like 0.5 or higher, I'm not interested. So you could do a bull put spread. It's not a bad play. You have a really nice higher low to protect yourself. As long as you're selling around the 50, I wouldn't go any higher than that. But my thoughts on this, though, for a swing trade, it's pretty extended from pretty extended from the EMAs. Very, very extended. So quick grabbing those lines. I have way too many day trading lines on here anyways. It's just me and old day trades that I don't clear out. Okay, good enough. I would consider whenever you're overbought, that's telling you not to go in long. Whenever you're oversold, that's telling you not to short it, right? Let the thing pull back and then see if you get a rollover then. This just needs to pull back big time. You are starting to get some volume up into this level. I don't know if it will pull back, but to me, it makes sense that it would. Again, go to a bigger time frame, and every stock that goes straight up, what does it do? It's going to roll down and it's going to find a support. I would say probably around 11 is a realistic, solid place to get in. And guess what's going to happen to everyone? When the stock's at $64 and it goes all the way down to 11, everyone's going to be like, it's done. Throw this in the trash. It's done. And I don't know anything really about NEO's company. I'm sure Falco would be like, this is already a garbage stock anyways. But maybe not. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I just trade off of charts. When everyone's saying this thing is finished and everyone that bought up here at 60 are all getting destroyed, this is about the max pain level. And this is your next support zone on the monthly. And that's where it's probably going to bounce. So that's what I'd be looking to get in. As soon as everyone's frustrated with it and like just maxed out on emotions, that's where those reversals are going to happen for a long-term play. So, yeah, I think 11 is an awesome place to get in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert there. And I'm going to say long-term / swing. So I can say I can buy some leaps here, or I could do a swing trade here, but that's where I want in on. Until then, I wait. And it might take 9 months to fill me there, but 47 price to sells is insane. I knew it, Fabio. I just knew it. I knew it. You'd say it's a good company, but it's just, I mean, anyone can see that. Go to a monthly chart, and any stock that's doing that, they better have some insane numbers or been extremely undervalued. You can't get any more undervalued than $1.23 on a stock, though. So I'm guessing they're a little bit overdone. Would I short this? You could, but again, you're going against strength, right? It sounds so simple to say, well, we're very oversold and we're going to pull back and let's short this. Yeah, and you could. If you did it with shares, first off, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, most likely, if you could even find it. I don't even know how shortable this stock is. I have to look it up. But number two is if this thing gaps and then went to 200, your shorts, there is no limit to how high this stock can go, and your shorts are going to lose. Yes, because it's not long doesn't mean it's a short. Exactly. That's a great way to put it, Falco. The only way I would ever short this is with puts, because it gives you a max loss. So the most I can lose is very defined. Whereas if I were to short this, not only am I going to be paying my broker a ton of money for those short shares, and I think it's going to take a while to come down. It again, unlimited max loss with shorting on shares. So I would do this with puts. The only next issue is when. You have to have the right timing. If you bought these puts a year out, that could be awesome. But in a year, it might pull down to here and S curve and go higher. And you're like, well, crap, dang. You know, it's a tough one. Trying to short very, very bullish stocks is extremely hard because you have limit buy orders sitting throughout all of this area. I mean, especially down here, but you have a lot all over the place. If we were to go to the tape, you would just see buy orders everywhere. So on every pullback, you have people buying this thing. And it's just a matter of where is it going to bounce. So I would not short this. This could be a candidate for a longer term, like bull put spread top play, like what I was talking about earlier, where if it does come down, I'll make a ton of money and I want to get put the shares at this location anyways. So that'd be awesome. And I could just unravel it, you know, exit out my long puts for a huge profit and hopefully get put the shares. Or if it pulls down but then just goes, then I'll just keep the premium I made on that and win-win. It's not really exciting, and I don't want to sell that for, I don't even know how long out I'd need to sell that to get premium at 12 or 10, but it'd be a while. All right. Calvin says Paris play on Tesla earnings. EV stocks may move. What do you think? Possibly. If you can get a cheap strangle, you could do it. There's opportunities out there for sure, and it might go. Boeing. So Boeing, we have earnings right around the corner, as everything else does this earnings season. But okay, so stock went straight up. We're pulling down. Now we're trying to figure out where we're going to bounce at. I think Falco, it's getting there. I have an alert at like 190 to go long on Boeing. And you know me, I'm too greedy for my own good, and I miss out on like 80% of the trades that I set up. But I think it's soon. This next low, it might be it. We'll find out with earnings. I have a hard time getting in with something before earnings, but I think it's in the buy zone. I don't know. Oh, for a day trade? Oh, okay, that makes it a little bit easier. Man, I don't know. Yo, look at the volume on that trade. Oh my gosh. Doug, I feel like I missed it, man. I probably would have won a play off of this support, and it already came down to it. So at this point, if we came back down to here, it'd just be weak. But it could bounce, man. I just would like to get in as low as possible. Because, again, it's the same play I was talking about on the market, where it comes down, it S curves out of here, and I would have my entry right at a new low. So I would have been filled on that. I don't know if that would have stopped me out. I have no idea where I could have put my stop on this play, but came down, found it, and then put your entry there because we bounced off of it and it came back and grabbed us. So odds are I've missed it, but I think long is would make a lot more sense. Yeah, we're oversold on a 30. It's time to bounce. 201.45 is proven to be a big resistance for some reason on a 30-minute, but yeah, I think it's good. I just feel like I missed it. Amazon doing its trying. Everything's doing the exact same thing, and it all looks the same. Oh, Facebook's really showing some strength, though. Apple's trying. Man, what a sell-off, though. This is just crazy. Insane. It makes more sense. You're at new highs with Apple, so you're going to have everyone taking their profits. We took our profits on this day over here. One of these 2 days, I don't remember exactly. I was already out. I got in. I got out for like a break-even trade. Should have stayed in it, but I followed my plan. That's what my plan told me to do. So it would make sense that something would pull down that hard up into all-time highs right before earnings. But again, you have a lot of buy orders just sitting everywhere on Apple that is pushing this thing right back up. I would like to say, hey, I would take this trade, but there's no way. I'd be waiting for another low to come in. I would not be buying any V bottom out of this thing. Just not going to happen. AMD, again, looks like everything right now. I feel like AMD's got more room to go, though, higher. These were just my day trades from Friday. So I haven't made a list so far this morning. But Costco's hanging out. Hey, B&B, this was my win on my swing trade today, though. I exited. It wasn't at the morning. I put an order into X at the morning, and it filled me at some other point. But again, another reason why you get out at new highs, get out at. I had a 194 limit sell. Is that what it was? I did it with. You did it with options. Yeah, my option already hit the target this morning on this gap. It was there. So the price didn't even have to get there. My options made so much money on whatever push happened this morning. I didn't see it right here. It had to have been this push here. I got filled on my options and the thing fell off. So that was a quick couple hour trade. Thoughts on IBM long for a day trade or swing trade? IBM didn't pull back hardly at all when everything else was selling off hard. So there's more strength in that. Talk about the worst gap and go I've seen in a long time. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you guys want to find something to short for like a longer term swing? I would short this. 121.50. I would short that for a swing trade. I might need to get it up into this EMA, maybe. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. That's even better. Right here. 122.50-ish. And short sing. Come on. There we go. I'll play that game. Will we get up this high? I don't know. But if we did get up this high, this would be a great short. I thought that was no longer legal. I know. It's getting to that point where I don't even know the last time I've said that. That was kind of weird coming off my tongue. Shorting a stop? I mean, that's just mean. That is, golly, talk about everyone trapped. All these people that bought on this hammer that are like, I am so rich. I'm waiting for a new high to come in and I'll exit and they wake up to that. That's what you get for holding over earnings. But still, golly, that would hurt. So for a day trade long, sure, it could. I don't know how many people are super excited to buy this off of that gap and go of the heavens, but for a day trade, this chart looks really good. Again, no wonder it didn't sink because it's already dropped like 50%, it seems like, when the market hasn't. So it's not going to be as effective when the market pulls lower. You could play off this higher low with a stop there, entry there. That's how I would do it. 118.70 entry by like 118.20. So that would be the day trade setup. I'm not going to do that trade. Again, I just feel like on every push higher, there's a chance people are going to be looking to just get the heck out of this thing. Yeah, it might be a little bit tough and not really moving anywhere. Fubo is another swing trade I'm in. Such a good retest gap. And we're actually sitting right on that support zone of the previous day, right there. So for a day trade, it kind of looks weak. I think I can get in lower. But this support is the support zone from Friday. It's actually a really nice candle right there, though. That is really nice. And then an inside candle. So that is my favorite setup to buy that thing long up above 39.84. So now that we've pulled back lower, this could possibly be a day trade. This is a strong bull gap, and the market drug this thing lower. And then you're S-curving out of there. I don't know if, well, hold on, let me check the spread. Oh, the spread sucks. Not day trading this. Swing trade it, but I'm not going to day trade it with that spread. So we'll pass. But this was actually close. This is the closest I've been to setting something up today. Let me go run my scans real fast. I'm sure that one's, oh yeah, that bottom reversal scan actually is probably going to be money right now. Okay, let that go for just a little bit. Mauricio, what's up? How you doing? What scans do you use? I use the scans through my broker TradeStation. Their scanner, you can just go in and create any scan you want. So I've just created a ton of scans that give me what I'm looking for. So in this right here, this example, I am looking for bullish stocks, right? This is a bullish stock. We're pushing up, massive gap higher, that are having a bear day into a support zone. That's what I'm wanting, because this is whenever you're in a bullish stock and you gap up and it's a retest and it comes back into support, this is where you're most likely going to retest that 50% move of the bear candle. So you're buying it down here. You're going to try to have your final target up there. And that's what this scan that I'm running right now does. There's no preset ones. It's just you create your own. It's really confusing. It took me like a week to figure out, but then after that, it's been like the best thing ever. So that's just one of my scans. I have a ton of scans that I run at different times throughout the day that usually, I don't know. You just kind of think stocks that run right out the gate come around this time. They're usually having some nice pullback into a support and getting ready to push one more time. So it's stuff like that. SDC is looking strong. Yeah, it is. Smile Direct has been kind of stuck in this range for a little bit. So something to pay attention to. Big resistance right there. Really strong support there. And another strong support there. So it's just channeling. So you're going to buy at the bottom of the channel and exit at the top. It's go to a weekly and see if there's anything that makes sense. It's trying to. The weekly looks pretty good. Weekly looks pretty awesome. Again, just a huge resistance there, though, at like, I would say 1340-ish. Again, this is resistance are like zones, right? It's not so much like a thin, low line. It's kind of like that. It's a zone. It's an area where people take their profits, not like a specific penny. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it's just an area where people are looking to get out. So back onto a daily now. For a day trade on this guy, if it pulled back into these EMAs right here, that would be interesting. So does that make any sense now on a 5-minute? Not really. It's already made its higher low. It is interesting though, because we haven't retested this. And this is a really strong area that we pulled to with all those daily EMAs pulled back down again, nice and strong. One thing I do love about this stock though, is that we took off. And then when the markets pulled back, we just pulled back to a normal location and bounced up out of there. So the next question is, how much higher can we go? Are we already at a target? And this is a massive, you're up 10%. Yeah, I'm not going to touch it. Taylor says, do I trade SPACs? No, not really. Yeah, I feel like this is just too big of a move. By the time it gets down here, it'll be the end of the day, and then you're just hoping for a bounce. But it does look very, very strong. And for a swing trade, you have a retest gap down here that hasn't filled. So maybe look to buy for a swing trade down here. Like 1132, I think would be really cool. Just as low as far down to this little support zone like we talked about in this channel as you can get. A, B, and B. Oops, spelled that wrong. A, B, and B. You're into a place where everyone's taking their profits. This is where I took my profits this morning. The only day trade thing that would have made sense would be this EMA. And then even then, I don't know how much I would have trusted it, but this looked kind of weak, like it's about to roll down some. Looks a little bit weak sauce. And then you sold a put at 11 expiration this Friday. Cool. On FCC. Cool, my friend. I mean, as long as you want those shares, if the market gap's down 10% tonight, which is not going to, but if it did, it could, I guess. Would you be happy owning there? And if you are, then awesome. Oh, you sold it a month ago. Okay. Same question, same thing. As long as you're good to own it. Expires this Friday. They should be pretty much worthless now after today's move. Okay, my scanner is done. Let's see. We have Pinduoduo. We have PDD is down into a support zone, ready to be bought. Oh no, dang, it's just too high. If we were down here on a daily, I'd be all over this thing. But this is a support zone. It's just way too high. You're already up 6%. I mean, what do you expect this stock to do? Go up 15 today? If it was going to go higher, it would have done it right here. And it didn't. It failed miserably, failed that, and then now rolling back over. So again, this could be a nice bouncing spot. Too high on a daily, not going to do it. Be picky, people. There's a million trade opportunities out there. Don't jump on every single one. SKT. Let's see how it looks on a daily. It's too high again. So I don't think this is all-time highs. It's not. It's a retest gap, but I mean, how would you feel if you bought this stock right here, right down in here at around $10? How would you feel today? Would you be adding to your position right here, or would you be getting out? Like, what do you guys think? What would you do? You'd be getting out? Me too. So why would I want to day trade? Could this thing bounce right out of here like crazy? Yeah, for sure. But I'm trying to find something that is matching up, especially this late in the day. Trying to find something that's matching up where swing traders are also at a level they're looking to get into, because that'll help skyrocket it just a little bit easier. So pass on this one as well. Let's keep finding them. NTES is the next one on the list. Too high again. No man's land up there. AMD might make another move. It's just trading with everything else. But it was a nice pullback to those EMAs. And again, that's where you're wanting to, when you're day trading, look for those moments. Strong move up, pulled back down. Where is it going to bounce? There's a support that matches with daily EMAs is a great place to think is most likely where it's going to bounce at. And that's exactly what it did right out of there. Look at the volume that came in on all of this craziness. You might have some interesting price action this week, guys. This move, does anyone know what the news was on this sell-off? It was something, but man, talk about how many orders were sitting there just to buy everything up. On AMD, I feel like, again, like the move is done. You had your chance to get in back in here or down here, and I think it was missed. Maybe. We'll find out. My final target on this, though, would be like 94, and I'd be out of everything. That'd be it on that guy. All right. TPH. Keep throwing tickers my way if labor's off 25%. If we'll keep going from there. Everything is just so ridiculous. So right now you're waiting on the S curve, which will take a couple weeks. So set an alert somewhere where you want it. When that alert goes off, you have a game plan of what to do, and you're buying it nice and low instead of being the one trapped up here when it pulls back. Okay, we got some tickers. Sweet. Padma, can you let me know for a swing trade or a day trade, or if you're in this thing, wanting to be in this thing upward, is what you're talking about? And then Andy, same thing for you on Tilray. So just let me know if this is for a day trade, a swing trade, if you're in it or wanting to be in it. So for upward, you're saying swing. You're overbought on an RSI on a weekly, so I would wait for a pullback. And the next place that I would think of a pullback to would be probably around 25. And is that boring? Because it's probably going to take like 7 months to get there. Yeah. But that's what I would do. Quite a few weekly bull candles in a row that just made a new high. At the minimum, we're pulling back down into like 37.50 is what makes the most sense to me. So go to a daily now. 37.50 is right here. This would be a minimum where I think we're going to pull back to over this next week at least. Could we keep cranking? Do whatever the heck it wants to do. But it makes the most sense that it would pull back to there. And then for me to want to actually get in on this thing, I would wait for more of a pullback, because the weekly, go farther out in time, right? The weekly is just, you've gone straight up. And yes, you're riding this EMA. So at least wait for it to hit this EMA at 37.40. That's where we bounced off of it a couple times already. Might continue to do that. But this is an area where people are super excited to get in, around 25. Tell you there's a ton of orders there. That's what I would do. Let's see. Ford. AJ says Ford for a swing. It's strong, man. I mean, this is on a weekly chart, okay? A bear trend puts in lower highs, right? Lower highs, lower lows. Lower high, lower low. Lower high, kind of low. There's a new low. Lower high, right? You're just making lower highs. And what we're waiting for is one of those lower highs to be taken out. That's signaling the end of the bear move. This is exactly right there. We took out that lower high, and then look at the volume that came in. Boom. Ready to rock and roll. Everyone's been waiting for these lower highs to be taken out. Everyone's been just waiting and waiting and waiting. And then here's your max pain, and that's finally the bottom where we were bouncing up out of. Find those max pain locations. But the bear move is officially done now. We've had a weekly close that's closed above this lower high. Now the question is, where do we get in? Just because the bear move is done doesn't mean it's not going to do this for the next year and a half. It could do that. But I do think that the bottom is in. I mean, you can't go much lower than $3, $4. I guess we have before. But yeah, the volume is letting me know again, this thing's ready to rock and roll. We took out the lower high. So go to a daily chart now. Or I'm sorry, hold on. I needed to mark a line right here. My first step would be right there, around $10. Now on a daily, what does that look like? It'd be there. So this is what I'd be waiting on right here, is a pullback around $10 for a swing trade. That's what I would look to do. Will this be the bouncing spot? I have no idea. Does it make sense that it would be? Yeah, it does. You also have earnings coming up soon on February 4th, so I wouldn't take any trade on this guy till after earnings. And if it gaps up huge, then it does. Yeah. He just sold it this morning. Sweet. SPWR for a day trade. Sorry, guys. Again, I'm trying to get caught up on the chat pane here. What did I? SPWR. I clearly have a stroke or something this morning. I cannot type. There we go. It's too bullish for me. Like on a day trade, again, guys, I'm really picking. I'm sorry this is really boring. You're welcome to take these trades, by the way. They're not bad trades. It's just I'm waiting for that perfect setup to give us the best chance to win. What I'm looking for on a day trade is something into these EMAs and then a gap. Like this gap and go was amazing. Look at the volume that happened too. People trapped. Bears were like, okay, we just broke those EMAs. We're heading lower. The very next day we gap up. Bears are trapped. They buy to close, rock and roll, right? That's what I'm waiting on, is some sort of gap on a pullback. And we've gotten it every single time. On this pullback, we had that retest gap. Let's see if I can zoom in. Retest gap. And that was like the indicator that's ready to rock and roll. We pull back those EMAs, another retest gap explodes. Pull back to these EMAs and a gap and go. So now that we've gone straight vertical, all right, here we go back to this. This is what we look like right now, is it not? We look straight vertical. So then give it some time. Let it pull back into those EMAs. Now we're starting to consolidate. Now we're looking. We're waiting for the gap. Waiting for the gap. Boom, there was the gap you're in now. Swing trade, day trade, whatever you want. So let's fast forward now to what it looks like right now. What are we going to do? Same story. We're going to pull back to EMAs. It's going to form some sort of consolidation. We're going to wait for a gap and rock and roll. Simple, right? It's easy. Nothing crazy about it. So for a day trade, I'm not super interested bullish. I'm not crazy interested bearish on this thing because of that. The dailies tell me everything I need to know on a day trade on this guy. I'd probably just stay away from it. You've already made a new high. If you were super bullish, you would not have broken the high of this. Not going to happen. It's just like the Friday's candle, right? You broke above it, you held it the whole day, and you closed strong. If we were really bullish, we probably wouldn't have broke that. Doesn't mean we can't go more higher, but I'm just looking at sentiment and going, odds are it's not super strong. And then I don't want to short against this bull trend. So then run. All right. So run has actually shown some interesting things. We've pulled back finally. We're hitting some EMAs. I think we have more pullbacks to go. That was a really old swing trade. Great swing trade location. Wow. Was it ever? Was it ever? I don't know when I wrote that, but it's around December. Okay. Let's see here. For a day trade, it has a chance. It makes sense that we could bounce. It's a little bit spready for me. I like to keep around a 5-cent spread. 10 cents is okay, but it is a little bit spready for me. The volume's fine. I need at least 1 million on a 10-day average. That's just my rule. There's nothing special about it. It's just what I do. I mean, I get it. We're into a support. We've pulled back a lot. It's been a big bear candle. I mean, you're down 7.5%. My target, this would be the main issue with this, is this would be my target for everything to get in, to get out. And it's right in front of our face. Like it's already hit it. So my stop has to be below here, one of these two lows. And if I got in there, that my 1R is up here, there's just no risk reward on that guy. So I'd probably pass on those two guys. Did you play any spreads today? I did not. I didn't do a whole lot today except for just close out on some swing trades. It's the end of the month. I'll probably go in a little bit heavier in spreads at the start of next month, so next week. But I'm just a little bit more cautious over earnings season. I'm waiting for the earnings plays to come out and see if I get any good setups on those. But most of the stocks I'm looking at have earnings within a week or two. So that's what I'm selling spreads on, and I don't do them over earnings. Unless there's specific, I have strategies for them, but just my normal spreads I won't do over earnings. Asia says, don't overtrade exactly. Exactamundo. No problem. Again, keep the questions coming. This is awesome. Good times. You're in for the mentoring group. Yes, that's what's up. That's what's up. Let's see here, guys. Let me pull this thing up real fast. Sorry about that. Good stuff, good stuff. Any questions, by the way? I mean, I don't know if we'll take trades today. I'm down for setups. It's just everything looks exactly like the markets right now. Which, by the way, did end up putting in that higher low in and are actually screaming much higher. The fact that we actually pushed more than this is very strong. I said I would like to short off of this resistance here, especially after that move. With no double bottom, just a V bottom up out of there, into that resistance with tons of bull candles. These bears, I was one of them. I didn't get in, but I was thinking the same thing. These bears are like, I'm about to make so much money, and then they're all getting squeezed. They're just out. So tough to short this market. I mean, it gives you I know what percent sell-off this is. I can find out real quick. It gives you a 1.5% sell-off in like 20 minutes, and it still is not a bearish day. This is insane. Costco, there's just no quit to this thing, man. We had a bull put spread on this last week. We ended up winning on it. I have protection on it, and I bought some longer term calls here, not long term, but till April. My target's up at 383. I'm in a caller on this guy, so I don't know. It does look very strong. This is one heck of a candle, especially if we can finish strong with a hammer. A lot like, how it likes to bounce off of hammers. So not that that's a hammer, but same concept, right? Let's see, Zcan. Yeah, I can set up a spread. I'll see if I can find one that I like. ZK International Group, and it's not asking too much. It's not like this is a secret, right? It's not like you'd be a part of a secret society to get my strategy. You're here putting the time in on a free week. I'll give you guys my strategy. Let's see. It looks interesting for like a day trade or a swing trade. You're not overbought, which is nice. So you're actually pulling back. The fact that we, again, didn't bounce off of this thing here is not like the most bullish signal I've ever seen. And I can already tell you there's no way I'm trading this thing day trading wise. The volume is absolute garbage. Guys, anytime you're below $10 on a stock, it's really tough to trade. I didn't even realize how much what stock was, but my friend, it's tough. Everyone's like, I have a small account, so I'll just trade penny stocks. It's like, no, you'll just lose all your money. Can you make money with penny stocks? Of course. I have a friend that makes a ton. It's not my specialty, but they are not easy trades. You're much better off trading like AMD, $100 stock, and buying 10 shares of this or 5 shares of this than you would be buying 2,000 shares of a $4 stock. It's tough. It's not just because it's cheap doesn't make it easy. In fact, it's harder, in my opinion. It's still possible, right? Everything works. Just because it's not my strategy, you can learn penny stocks, but it is tough going, my friends. Tough going. Cheaper does not mean easier. It means harder. That's the mindset with the markets. Like, it's whenever you think let's just put on this candle right here. Oh, I need to go back one more. This to a new trader looks like it's the end of the world. Like, this thing is going to 70 today, and now it's time to short it. Let's short it, right? Let's see if it makes one more low, because I wasn't bearish there, and I wasn't bearish there, and I wasn't bearish there, but now we're bearish because now it looks bearish and it's not scary anymore, right? Because we do things when it's not scary. So let's see if we get one more low. Oh, we didn't actually. That's very nice of you, AMD. So shorting that thing so the rookie traders are not trapped on this. Wow, we didn't even make a new low. So you would have gotten away with it. I'm like, oh man, I'm so glad I didn't short that. That's, again, half the reason why I think we're going to roll back down later today is because it hasn't trapped anyone from this morning. That was a nice little trap earlier. That's what again, with everything with the markets, I thought it's time to short because of that exact reason. But we are trying to go right now. Yeah, think whatever you think for your first year of trading, whatever your first impression is, throw it aside and try to find something else. Like, if you think, hey, I'm going to short this thing, don't short it. First off, you're already oversold on the RSI, which is telling you the reverse is coming. Doesn't mean it's not going to go lower, but it just means, hey, at least wait for a bounce. Don't short down here, short up here. And that's what a lot of people did, and then they got squeezed out and stopped out. But another curious thing, though, is all this volume at this resistance. Is it time to short now? See what this volume was. See, this volume was a lot of bearishness coming in. Actually, a lot of bearish volume. So you go to this 5-minute and it shows bullish volume. But this volume is a mix of bears and bulls. Just because the candle closes red doesn't mean that you didn't have more bullish volume in this candle than bearish, right? It doesn't mean that. So I see this massive volume at this resistance. Lots of bull candles almost in a row. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row. This is strong, though. You did trap them, but maybe the short is now. 11:10. So you have, again, it is a decent mix of bulls and bear volume. We'll see which one wins. Earnings are right around the corner. 26th, actually. Is it aftermarket or before the market opens? Because I do want to set up an earnings play. We can do this on Amazon. On AMD. Take advantage of it. Let's see what we got. I can get down to 84. That's it? That's the expected move for AMD is $84. Oh, weak sauce, man. I really wanted something down in here, like 75. There's absolute no premium there. Nah, maybe I won't do a play over earnings with AMD. It's just not fitting. because I sell options over earnings. I don't buy options all that often over earnings. But if there's no crazy premium, then it's not worth doing. And that's in my opinion, that's a pretty small move, I think. I mean, it's 84, 85. It's like an 8%. It's not terrible, I guess, but I don't know. I just expected a little bit more for some reason out of that guy. All right. I don't know where my chat pane went to. There we go. How do you determine what premium is worth it? AJ, it's just kind of a personal preference for me. I don't get interested unless it's at like a 0.50 or higher. What delta do I look for? It depends on the strategy, but if you live around 25 delta or lower, then it's hard to go wrong on that. And Falco, yeah, I agree with that for sure on put sells. If you can get a 1% per month turn on that, it's worth it. For me, I don't know. I just, if I'm not getting, for a credit spread, I'm doing 10 contracts. You don't have to do 10 contracts, but I'm doing 10 contracts. So if I'm not getting $500 out of the spread, I don't do it. It's not worth it to me, because your risk is the same no matter how much money, right? I'm still doing a $5 spread, which means I have $5,000 at risk. So if I make $300 on that spread, or if I make $1,000 on that spread, it's the same risk for the most part, right? Because technically your risk is minus whatever the premium you receive. So it's actually a little bit less risk to sell it for 0.5 than it is to sell it for 0.2. But let's just keep it on easy layman's terms. You're risking the same amount. So for me, it's just not worth it unless I'm at like a 0.5. That's just a personal preference. There are people that make so much money selling like 10 deltas for a month out, and you just have a huge account and you sell like 100 of them. And it's extremely safe strategy and they make a lot of money, but you need to have a lot of money in your account to do it. Right? So it's just my personal preference of what I like to see. How much do you need? Well, whenever you do a bull put spread or a bear call spread, whichever one, it's just, this is never a bear market. So we don't ever do any bear call spreads. But it's, if you did most stocks, the market maker will make a $5 spread, which means you have the 80 strike, you have the 85 strike, you have the 90 strike, you have the 95 strike. You don't get the option to buy the 92 strike. Right? There are stocks that have that. For example, AMD actually does have individual strike, like 81, 82, 83, but most stocks won't. So if you're doing a bull put spread, you'll usually have about a $5 spread. And remember, options, each contract is 100 shares. So you have to times whatever you do by 100 to get the actual amount. So if you have a $5 spread, times that by 100, that's actually $500 per contract that you're risking. So your broker is going to require at least $500 in your brokerage account to do one contract of that spread. Okay. If you did 10 of those, you'd need 5,000 in there. And if you're selling it for a premium and you're receiving 0.50 premium, times that by 100, you're getting $50 per contract. How much do you need to sell 0.10? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Your same risk. You're still doing probably a $5 spread, especially at 10 delta. They're not going to give you a $1 spread at a 10 delta. Usually it's going to be a $5 spread. So not always. Like AMD actually has pretty decent stuff. If you want to sell premium on that, it's just it's not huge premium. You're not going to make a ton of money off of it. Or like if you were selling Amazon, you could sell a 10 delta and get grip tons of money. But it also comes with, it's a much more expensive stock. So you have that trade-off with that. So it's going to be hard to lose super small. And especially if you're in a hedge, I mean, one put will cost you $20,000. So, it has its trade-offs. All right. AJ, did that help answer your question a little bit? Baba, what are you doing today? I actually came back and filled the gap. Cool. Costco is still interesting to me. I mean, to short this thing right there. If we put in a short order, we're stepping out in front of this. It's not the easiest thing in the world. I can get rid of this old alert bell. On a daily, this makes the most sense. Oh, nice, Falco. You got in on Boeing? Let's see. Markets are still just cranking. Guys, this is insane. Insane. Pins on a 5-minute looks just weak sauce. What a drop on pins. Oh my gosh. Crazy. I just looked at Bob. What's Tesla doing? It's trying to hold its little support. Get these lines off of it. Amazon pulled back down to some support, bouncing out of there. So we'll see what it does leading into earnings. Either we push into earnings or it just hangs out sideways. I think earnings. I don't know, Falco. What do you think on earnings over for Amazon? I think they're going to be pretty good. Are you concerned for Amazon and indices, et cetera, that we are price up with the VIX up? Yeah, I think they kill it too. I'm in pretty heavy Amazon right now with no hedge, with options that expire like in March. So it's not like I have a ton of time. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't mean it's going to go up though. But I don't see how quarantine hurts them at all. And especially if there's more coming, I think it just helps them. Doesn't mean it's going to gap up, but I feel like they're going to really kill their numbers. Then it's just about their projections and whether or not. That's another thing too, is everyone has really high expectations. So maybe they're really good, they're just not good enough. So we might have an issue with that. Let's take a look at the VIX. I'm sure VIX had to have spiked today. Oh yeah, it did. It did. If we can get back up above like 26, that'll be really good for that weekly strategy. We haven't done those in a little bit because the VIX is just too low. Overall volatility. I'll find some stocks that have decent volatility on them, but you know what I haven't looked at in just a few seconds is Netflix. Pulling on back. We're into that support zone right now. I think we still pull back more though. Yeah. 540 or 520. Ridiculous though. Crazy, crazy strong. Get caught up that. Yeah. Amazon, man. It is a pricey stock, but I actually don't mind it at all because the premium is so amazing on Amazon. I mean, I just love how Tesla split and it's already back up. Pushing 1,000 again. Good old Tesla, man. Was trying to bounce off that support. It's just too extended for me, but I do think that trade will work. Boom, right there. That would have worked. Let's see. Apple cranking higher. On a lot of these, I just don't know how we're going to end today. And that's going to be a pretty big deal. I can't believe we bounced up out of this high like we did. I mean, earnings have to gap down now because everyone thinks we're just going to go to the moon. Maybe we do. But it would make a lot of sense for it to gap back down if it runs up this much before earnings. Zoom hanging out sideways. Yeah, I had an alert on Zoom this morning that went off. I just didn't get to it, but this reversal with an inside candle is pretty awesome. And then we've broken up out of that. So where was that located at? Right there. That's exactly what we pulled back to and bounced. Big move already, bullish wise. Probably going to pull back down into like 389.90-ish. Yeah, interesting. It does look good. For a day trade, I feel like the move is done. But yeah, we've already been up into this resistance. I think the move is done for a day trade. For a swing, it might be waking up. You can see where I want it, 310. Probably never going to happen, but if it did, it'd be awesome. So yeah, today was just a day where it's a day where you had your chance just to throw a puke order out there in the morning and do it. Other than that, it hasn't really given us a pullback. It hasn't given us anything that we could take advantage of. But if we can finish strong, this would be an amazing candle. I don't think we do. I feel like we rolled back down. SPY will probably finish around 381. I've been thinking short all day long. I would have been stopped out. Oops. I've been stopped out once already. Just not even worth it. But 381 makes a lot of sense to finish the day on, though. I don't think we form a massive hammer. So that big sell-off had something to do probably with some rollout of vaccines. I don't get it. Someone took some serious profits, though. QS, nice consolidation. Just depends on where it's at on a daily, though. All right, didn't we look at this earlier? I don't know what to do with this guy. You're into a resistance here. If you were strong, you probably wouldn't have broke that low. So now you're just battling of who's going to win. Are the bulls going to S-curve up out of here, or the bears just going to keep pushing it lower? A close above this 20 would be the first sign. If you got a close above the 20 EMA, then that'll let you know, okay, we're probably getting some strength into here. But I also just feel like this is a trap coming. I don't know. There's not much I would do with this. This blue line would be my target, and you're there. So you'd have had to just get in on some pullback in and out. Again, just hanging out. GME went. Oh, yes, everyone. Come on down, GME. Come on. Let me look at my puts real quick on this thing. That spread. What is it now? It's actually okay. I think some IV crush is coming a little bit too, but I'm still up twice. I've doubled my money on those puts already. I'm holding out, man. I'm holding out. I'll think about it here. I'll think about exiting those puts there. But technically, I would love to get it down where I want to buy. That's how I want to play out. Yo. Thing went from 130 down to 68. That is a whole, I mean, look at the volume. My gosh. The poor noob that bought on that breakout is just getting destroyed. Oh my gosh. First off, don't buy after there's more than like 3 or 4 bull candles in a row. Wait for a pullback. Second off, don't buy when the stock's up like 8 million% in three days. But God, someone learned that lesson real hard today. And they're like, first off, they went in way too heavy, not knowing what they're doing. Second off, they don't have a stop, and they're just like, oh no, this thing's gonna bounce. It looks really bad now, and their brokers calling them right now and saying, hey, you need to put money in your account or you're done. Like they're getting margin called right now, and they're like, no, it'll bounce, and it's just destroying. We're literally watching someone get destroyed right now. It's actually pretty sad, but it's like, people, learn the stock market. Don't just throw money at it because you think you're smart. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that's insane. It's sad, but somehow hilarious. I know it's almost hilarious because I think we've all been there. Like that was me previously at some point. I feel like we've all been there on that. And that's why it's funny, is because it's like, oh man, yep, I've been through that. Need someone to sell to. You always gotta have someone to sell to. Yep. Sadly. Awesome. Let's see. So Falco just raised his stop above. So he's gonna have a guaranteed winning trade now. You just hit target 1. Target 2 is at 204. Nice, my friend. Such good consolidation. Like I said, I feel like I missed it. I would have, this entire time, I wish I would have been in there. But there's nothing wrong with buying it up there. You had your stop down there nice and wide. Man, Falco's making money. And we're not. So I think we should just, the next stock we see, we should get into it, because we're day traders and we have to make money. And if we're not trading, we're not working. And we should totally just, you know what? Let's go long GME right now. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. It doesn't matter. And let's put our entire account on this one trade and put our stop right here so that we can make as much money as humanly possible. All in. Hector's all in. Sweet. We're all in. No, don't think it. Don't do it. Guess what? We're probably not going to take any trades today. I get off the mic in 20 minutes. I don't see any setups that I love. So I'm probably not going to make any trades today. And that's okay, because tomorrow, there'll be like 15 gaps tomorrow. I'll be in the beginner's room tomorrow morning. We'll get all over these gaps, make money, and be like, man, I'm so glad I didn't lose 2 hours today, and make 2 hours tomorrow and then just be break even, when I just sit today out, don't lose anything, and then make 2 hours tomorrow. Half the battle of trading is knowing when to be in and when not to be. And there's nothing wrong with taking trades today. I just didn't see anything I like. Trading is about patience. It's about sitting here and just watching charts. It should be boring. Too many people are like, let's get in and out. Let's scout this. Let's do this. Well, yeah, we could. But first off, that's not my trading plan. I'm not a great scalper. Been there, done that. Second off, like, no. Like I said to you before when I first got on, I make way more money taking 15 day trades in a month than I've ever made money taking 15 trades in a day. But there are people that trade 20 times in a day and make more money than I do day trading. So there is no right or wrong with it. I just know myself and I know what works for me, and that's what I stick to. And it's really boring. But the trades that we do get in, they don't guarantee to work, but they're my favorite setups. Like, man, if we lose on this trade, then the gods are against us, because it is just the perfect setup. And waiting for the perfect setup means you get missed on a lot of trades. Boeing, for example, today. Falco's like, screw it. My plan is to get in whenever I see an entry. For me, it's like, I feel like I want to get in there. So because I already missed it, then I missed it. Or Falco's making money, so that's all good. The crazy thing is even in the same room, you could have someone short this, make money, get out, and then someone get in here and make money up and down, all in the same trading room. That's the cool thing about the markets. There is no like magic button. There is no magic sauce. It's just you find out what works for you and your risk tolerance and what you can do. Some people are like, I can be in a trade for 3 weeks and I don't even care. Some people are like, I don't want to be in a trade for longer than 5 minutes. So if you paid $10,000 to subscribe to someone that took a trade that's in it for 3 days, and you can't stand to be in a trade for longer than 10 minutes. You're just a day trader, not a swing trader. Odds are you'll find a way to screw up that trade, and you won't make money on it when everyone else did, right? It's about finding what works for you. What's your style? Creating a trading plan around it. The trading plan could be as simple as I wait for 3 bull candles to come in on a 5-minute chart, and then I buy it when it touches the 20 EMA. Like that's a trading plan, guys. Does this thing work? I don't know. I'll have to back trade it a couple hundred times and figure out. But a trading plan could be anything. As you just sit here and say, I know people love hammers. Like that is such a good trading plan. So we could say, I'll find a hammer and an inside candle. And if I find that, then I take it. I mean, that honestly is one of my trading plans. Does that happen very often? Hardly ever. But when it does, it usually pays pretty good. It's got a really good win-loss percentage on it. Which, by the way, most day traders are right around the 50% or less on the win percentage. So if you're day trading, plan on losing more than you ever win on, like the amount of times. But the amount of money you should lose small, and on your winning trade, you should win big. And that's the only way that we're ever profitable in this day trading world. But people get really discouraged when they lose 7 out of 10 trades. Like that's pretty normal. The key is to lose 50 bucks and then make 150 when you win, right? What is the best way to protect downside with day trading? Just to stop. Trailing stops. Well, AJ, here's the thing. The R system. Yeah, there we go. And the R system, you can look it up on YouTube. I did a video on the R system a little while ago. So that's on YouTube right now for free. If you guys want to know what the R system is, that's how we trade here in RLT. The R is risk. Again, jump on over into there. Let's see if I can find the link to it. Give me 2 seconds. Real quick. R. I don't know if it'll pull up. Yeah, here we go. All right, post this into the chat pane real quick. You guys can watch this later on today. Watch it, it's crucial. So let me address trailing stops. AJ, it really depends on your strategy, and you're back trading that strategy to prove that it's successful. An actual profitable strategy. For me, I have specific rules for when I'll trail a stop, and it's normally if I'm already over 2 Rs on the trade. Other than that, I don't trail a stop. I can only move my stop on a higher low if it's a bullish trade, or a lower high on a bearish trade. So this was my problem, everyone. This is when I first started day trading. I'd say, okay, I'm going to move my stop. Here, let me just back trade this. This will be easier instead of waiting on real time. Okay. So let's say you call the bottom on this thing. Let's say you got in right there. Let me actually use lines on this guy or else they won't stay. Let's say you got in right there and your stop was right here. Okay, that's your stop. It comes in and you go, you know what? I'm already up like $150. I would have to work all day long to make 150 bucks, and I'm up $150 in like 45 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and just move my stop up to right here. If we're bullish, we shouldn't take off that lower wick, because let me just lock it in. I'd rather just, I feel much better just losing, or making $100 than losing my $200 that I just, or probably more like $400 at your risk, right? So you're going to try to lock in like a 0.3 Rs or 0.4 Rs. So let's see what happens. You get stopped out. Cool. Hey, you made $100. And you're like, oh man, I'm so glad I moved my stop up. I'd probably lose all kinds of money on this thing. Let's keep fast forwarding. You show up a couple hours later and you go, you gotta be freaking kidding me. What? Oh man, I would have made like $500 if I'd just stayed in. Like that was me every trade I ever took. That was me on every trade I ever took. So how do you fix this? AJ, let's talk about this, my friend, because you are not alone. I'm sure almost everyone in this room has had this happen to them or is happening to them right now. So what that was 100% emotions. That is 100% emotions. It's not logical trading. When I made this trade, I had my stop here, and you set your targets. This is the R system. You'll see this on that video. My targets are based off of where my entry and my stop is. So I'm risking this much, right? So if my R is $400 and I set my stop here and my entry there, then I would do a little calculation to figure out how many shares I need to buy so that when it hits my stop, I lose $400. So what happens if it goes up 1 R? That means I've risked $400. I'll make $400 right there. Okay. I think my stop was up higher though. It was like that originally. There we go. Okay. So, hold on. This doesn't look right. Is that right? Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let's lower it down. I think I went the opposite way. My stop was lower. There we go. That makes more sense. Okay. So my 1 R is right there, give or take, which means if I risk $400, I'm going to be up $400 at that point. And that's target 1. Press the wrong button, target 1. And then my 2R is up into here. Okay. So that means I'd be up about $800 there if you didn't take any profits off, which I take profits off. So this was what happened. This is what you set up. This was your plan. My plan was if it hits my stop here, I lose. If it hits my target there, I win. If it hits my target there, I win. So this is what happens to everyone. They go and I'm up $100 right now. I'm up $100 right now. Screw it. Let me just put my stop to right here. You know, screw it. I don't want to give up my $100. Was that your plan? No. When you set up this trade, your stop was down here. Your plan was to exit here and to exit here, not to get into the trade and be like, oh man, this looks really bad. Let me just move my stop up, right? No, that's not the plan. That's not the plan. Your plan was exit here, or get stopped out here. That's what you set up. The problem is emotions come in. Emotions cause you to make drastic random changes for no reason. They cause you to go, oh, screw it. I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose on this trade. I might as well only lose $300 instead of $400. Let me just move my stop and just get out now. That's emotions. That's not what your plan was, right? Same thing. I'm already up $50. I'll just take my $50 win. That's emotions. Your goal as a day trader is to make a good plan and have good targets at resistances so that all you have to do is follow your plan. It doesn't matter look how bad this looked. This is scary. Here, let me go back. This looks like you're about to lose on this trade. Does it not? It just looks like a big old bear S curve. Like, oh man, I'm about to get stopped out. So do I go ahead and just get out right now? Oh, screw it. I'm up a little bit. Just get out. Right? If you would have just been patient, boom. Target 2 hit, profit. Right? Living in the profit zone. So that is the key to trading, is just follow your plan. First off, make sure you have a successful trading plan. Back trade the heck out of it. Make sure it actually is a profitable plan that you can trust in. And number 2 is follow your dumb plan. That's all you have to do. Don't let your emotions come in and screw it up. So what do I do? Because this was happening to me all the time. It's hard right now in this little bit of a bear thing because I don't think it's made a higher low yet, has it? No, it hasn't yet. All right, let me go find another stock here real quick that I can back trade that actually will sink in a little bit better with what I'm talking about. And this thing's been beat up for a while. BABA. Here we go. This is a good day right here for us. So, all right. I got to hustle. My time is almost off. So what I do, let's say I got in there. That's my entry. And my stop is down here. Okay. Let's just say that. Which means my 1R is right there. give or take some pennies. And my 2R is right here. Now, would I take this trade in real life? I don't know. Probably not. But this is a good example of at least how the R system works. Okay, those are my 2 targets. So my game plan is I either lose an R right here. I'm wrong down here. If we took this out, I'd be wrong. We're not going higher. We're going lower. So that's where your stop needs to be. My target is to exit there. My second target is to exit there. So now let's see what happens. My rule is I can't move my stop for 30 minutes no matter what. Okay, so we're filled on this trade at the moment. Okay, it's looking good. There we go. Profit target hit. So target 1's hit. For me, I cannot move my stop until it makes a higher low, meaning this. Like we talk about this all day. Stocks don't just go up. What do? They come down. And if they're bullish, they'll get bought up and go higher. This is a higher low right here. So I can move my stop here because in a bull trend, you shouldn't break this if you're staying strong, okay? So bull trends do this. So until this comes in, I can't move my stop. So right here, I can't move my stop. Still can't move my stop. Still can't move my stop. Now I can move my stop up to here. And that prevents me from getting wicked out too early, and it also keeps my emotions out of it. So let's play it right here. Can I move my stop up yet? Nope, I cannot. I'm waiting on a higher low to come in. So let's wait for the higher low to come in. Wow. Did that look really scary? Yeah. You're like, man, I hit 1R, but crap, I'm about to lose on this trade. It's going back down to 0. And I'm still waiting, and I'm still waiting, and I'm still, boom. Hey, higher low just came in. That makes sense. Does everyone understand what that is? Okay. If not, throw it in the chat pane, and I'll get to it. So now I can move my stop up to there. Now it's impossible for me to lose on a trade, but I had to hold this thing from 8 o'clock till 9:40, almost 2 hours. I had to wait before I could even move my stop. Most people can't wait 10 minutes before they move their stop. I had to wait 2 hours before I could move my stop. But guess what would have happened if I didn't have that rule? What would have happened? I would have said, we shouldn't take this guy out right there. We're going to S-curve off these EMAs. If not, then we're not even bullish anymore. I shouldn't do it. Stopped out. Well, I made a little bit of money and then show up later on about an hour later. And it's like, crap, I would have made way more money if I would have just not freaked out. So your rules and your plan need to go in so that your emotions stay out of the trade. You have to stop trading with emotions. You have to stop trading with how much money you're making or losing. Your success as a trader is not based off of how much money do you make or how much money did you lose. Your success as a trader is based off of, did you follow your trading plan? That's all that matters. There are bad trades that make money all the time. There are good trades that lose money all the time. That doesn't matter. You can't control what the market's going to do once you're in. That's out of my hands. The only thing I can control is whether or not I follow my plan. So let's keep following this plan. Okay, so I've already hit target 1. I probably took about 10% off. Target 2 is up here for the rest. I honestly don't remember how high we go. I just know we keep going higher. Okay. We're still doing, again, can I move my stop yet? No, we haven't made a higher low yet. When we get back up into here, I can move my stop again. Boom. There we go. I can move my stop again if I wanted to. Move my stop to there. Keep on waiting. And that was the end of the day. So I'd have been out. So I would have made probably like 0.7 Rs on this trade because I would have just exited right before the market closed. But do you see how that allows me to at least let the trade work? Let the trade actually go somewhere instead of my emotions coming in and kicking me out before anything could happen. It says, how do you take your profits off in your winning day trades or swings? At what levels do you scale out? I decide that before it even happens. Example on this trade right here. Back here, I know it's time to get off, but one second. Before I even get into this trade, I've picked my target levels. That's where I take my profits off. And they need to be at resistance levels. So if my 1R, here, let me go to a daily chart. It's easier to see it on that. Let's zoom back out. If you're going to set up a swing trade right now on BABA, let's just look at that. Okay. First, what I do is I'm going to pick out resistances. This is a resistance here at 268, give or take, right? That's one. And then there's another one at 278. Okay. So would it make sense for me to set up a trade where my entry is right here and my stop is down here and my 1R is right here? Would that make any sense? No, because I want big resistance levels to be where my target is. So my target needs to be there, which means what? My stop needs to be the same distance away, which means my stop needs to be about there. Does that trade work? I honestly would rather my stop be down here below these wicks. So let me go ahead and click on this guy. Whew, come on back. Okay, there's my stop. Where's target 1 at? Right there, it works. My 1R is into this resistance. So now, why do I want my 1R to be there? Because stocks pull back at resistances. And then it's just a matter of, do we go higher or is that it and we double top and go lower? So I always want to be taking something off at resistances. So I pick out resistance levels and that determines where my targets need to be. And then my stop needs to go where I'm wrong. If we broke that support from up here, then odds are we're heading a little bit lower, I'm gonna be out, right? So you have your entry, you have your stop, and that determines where your R is, where I risked 1R right here, which means I make 1R right here, and then I make 2R right there, okay? And if they're not at resistance levels, you don't take the trade. If they are, you take the trade, if it fits your plan. So that's how you know where to take profits off. Most people get into trouble is they have profit targets up here, and then BABA goes to here and then rolls down. And you're like, oh man, I knew I should have just got out there. No, well, you had a dumb setup in the first place. What percent do I sell 1R? Just 10%? It depends on each trading plan, actually. There are times where I do everything at 1R and I don't even try for 2R. There are times where I do 50% at 2R and the other 50% at 1R and the other 50 at 2R. It just depends on what trade setup is going on. What about multi-day swings? For the most part, I would say on most of my trades, I'm anywhere from 10 to 30% at 1R. And the reason behind that is, I shouldn't have taken those off. Hold on one second. There we go. Okay. If this is my profit target here, and I get in and it goes up to here and I take 30% off, what did that do? It reduced the amount I'm risking, right? If I took profits up here profitably, I'm not out of everything yet. But if this was a double top and decided to roll down and stop me out, I'm going to lose less than an R. And if you watch that video I linked in the chat pane for about the R system, you'll realize why it's important to lose less than an R. Because, like I said, your win rate percentage is usually not over 50%. Usually, it can be. I have strategies that are 90% win rates on credit spreads. I have swing trades right now that are sitting around 72% win rate percentage. But most of the time, most day traders are going to be under 50% win rate. So that in order to make money on that, you have to make more than you lose amount wise, because it's like if you're flipping a coin, right? If you're flipping a coin and you make $20 every time it lands on heads and you lose $10 every time it lands on tails, flip that coin 100 times, you'll be profitable. Whereas in the first 7 flips, you might get tails for the first 7 times. You're like, man, this strategy is not profitable. No, just the law of averages, right? That's why you back trade a couple hundred times to get a real picture of, hey, my win rate is 42% and I'm only making 1 R on my wins and I'm losing an R on my loses. I'm going to be a negative trader. This strategy does not work. How do you get the R shown in TradingView? Well, there's a risk tool and it's over here on the side. The long position, short position. So it's over here. If you click on the long position, it'll give you your risk. But I'm out of time, everyone. I'll be back in the beginner's room tomorrow morning to open the day up. We can learn some more stuff there. Falco, thanks for being here and helping out and for killing it this morning on the mic. We didn't take any trades today, guys. And honestly, this is real life trading. I'm not out here trying to like show how much money I can make to you guys. I'm showing you this is real life. There are a lot of days where I do not take trades because tomorrow, if there's a ton of good setups, what's the point of me losing 2 hours today just for me to make 2 hours tomorrow and be break even, right? Knowing when not to trade is just fine. Same thing with Falco. He's like, there's just nothing there. I don't have to take a trade just to take a trade and try to show off of how much money I can make. Because odds are I'd just lose on those trades. So cool, guys. Check out our videos on YouTube. They're all for free. Everything I just told you right now is recorded. That'll be posted for free. The links I sent you, those are all free videos. People pay thousands of dollars for this knowledge, and you can get it for free on YouTube. It's right there. We truly here at RLT want to help you guys achieve this dream. We make enough money through trading, our own money. Jeremy does, Falco does, I do. I don't need to charge you $20,000 so you can pay to learn how to do this. 98% of our education is free. If you want to come trade alongside us, there's a lot of expenses that go into running this whole class and program. That's what your monthly membership goes to. But $250 a month or $350 a month, depending on what package you sign up for, is dirt cheap, everyone. I mean, dirt cheap. But honestly, it's just like your tuition. Pay it, learn the knowledge you need to learn. It took me months and months of watching Jeremy talk on a screen just like this before my eyes finally saw it. My eyes finally saw it. I realized what I was doing. I got my emotions out of it, and then I was on my way. So yeah, again, I'm done blabbering, but if you guys have any questions, again, email me, Tony@reallifetrading.com, TONY@reallifetrading.com. I'm happy to answer questions. Set up a one-on-one with me if you really want my time. I am slammed in appointments and stuff like that. So it might take me a little bit to get back to your emails, and I don't know how detailed I can be because I just don't have the time, but I'm happy to help. I'm not trying to just make money. I really want you guys to change your lives and get a step up. I wish there was someone there to show me more on these credit spreads. I'm just glad I had Jeremy, or else I would not be here. So, yeah, guys, reach out to me if you want it. I'm on the trading room. Falco will be in the trading room. We're here all week long, guys. I'll be in the morning room tomorrow, first thing in the morning before the market opens. And then I'll be back in this room to finish out just the same time I was today. So awesome. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow.